Y'all, I've been talking to y'all for the last 10 minutes. Y'all, I've been talking to y'all. Can y'all see me now? I kept saying, I'm seeing people in the live. Why is it not telling me how many people in here? Yeah, I'm learning, okay? I mean, I've been seeing all y'all comments, and I've been commenting to y'all. I've been in here talking up a storm to y'all. And I'm like, I'm looking at the comments like, wait a minute, they probably can't see me because I saw somebody type in Fulton County. Hey, hey, Keaton in Brooklyn. I saw somebody come in and say Fulton County technical difficulties. Y'all, I'm about to beat my dog. I had a cookie my niece just made me, and this damn dog just ate my cookie. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, y'all. Barty, please get away from me. Because I do not want to show out on this live, girl. Get away from me. Go on somewhere, girl. Hey, Tim. Yo, I'm so mad. So my niece made it. That wasn't the one, but she made a cookie in my initials. She's so sweet like that. And this dog then just, oh God. But yes, okay. So y'all could not hear me, but go ahead and send your requests so we can go ahead and start panel. Hey Asia. Hey KSW. Hey LaSarah. Okay, you bet you done made it. Hey Jay. Y'all, I am blurry, and I just was talking about this. This is not an old MacBook. I'm not sure why this camera's so bad. I don't even use it to take pictures. So, but I'm gonna have a new code. I'm gonna have a new web camera because I this is not clear at all. And I don't want to go live from my cell phone. How do you send a request? Oh, hold on. Let me get it. Let me get it for y'all because there is a. Here it is, y'all. Y'all, we learning as we go. There you go. Hold on. Okay, I put the link in the chat. If it's in the air, the camera is terrible. Listen, I'm like, I don't even use my MacBook for like, I don't use the camera often. So I'm not sure why, but it's okay. I'm just get a web camera. Bart to wipe that cookie nose. Hey, Nicole. Oh God, I put the link in there. We can do 6 people at a time, and I can share my screen today. So if it's something that we want to hear, we want to listen to, we can. Can you play the lawyer clips that we can talk about first? Brooklyn, which clip do you want to see? Y'all, this MacBook cost me $2,000, and I bought this MacBook in like 2022. It's 2 years old. It's brand new. It's 2 years old. Woody and Lil D get jumped at Club Crucial. Key, I'm just happy I never went to Club Crucial. I'm happy I never went to Club Crucial. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that because, but you know what? Apple will also, they will replace your camera. I've just never needed the camera. I still can't get over Woody. Oh, okay. I got you. Let me pull it up. I got what you're saying. You want to see the end of court. Baby Brian still was very messy. Oh Lord Jesus. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay.
Talked about it.
Okay, y'all. Let's see.
I'd have to look back.
Okay.
But
Hold on. Let me check this out. This might
Mr.
help.
Thomas Senior testify for any
If
real length of time?
and make this a little
I mean, would
smaller.
that be easy?
day.
Okay,
This
that'd
might
be
help us
easy enough
out.
for Miss Weaver to put together. I'd imagine Mr.
And-
Dennis testified for longer.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
but
Maybe you could
Okay,
look at your
guys.
notes on that and maybe
All right,
pinpoint that
she
more
wants to see
directly, and then I could ask Miss Weaver, with
I
some
will.
parameters, maybe.
And I'll also just check with the team because
Hey,
it's not
365.
been a topic that has been discussed. So we've discussed those
Really, you
things
gotta
anyway,
tell 'em.
and I can clarify because it was not. It was. I think that was Miss
Okay, y'all, we're gonna go back to that part too, because she's definitely lying.
Hilton's witness, so she'd probably have a better memory than me. But
Try to divorce.
Explain later photographs, whatever.
No, that's
The
close.
exculp- There's no A though. There's no
Yeah,
A.
it's not. It's just gonna be 255.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan.
Girl, look
That
at
is
the
wrong.
back.
Rich Homie Quan. There's no A though.
recollection
Okay.
of that ever being stated by me to
Think he's truthful or not.
Girl, look at her laid back, y'all.
But you can say whatever you need to say when asked.
I wasn't there. I'm sure that
Okay.
Ms. Love will
I'm
say
sorry, I had to get to the
whatever she says, or maybe say that didn't happen. But I just
Or
wanted to
maybe it didn't happen in quite that way, but
I
I,
just want
I
to
don't know if Miss Love wants to say anything.
I
or
just
not.
want you to know that I cleared it with Mr. Wright
Jay!
beforehand. And he was on the actual Zoom. So I just want you to know that I didn't speak with Mr. Sledge without Mr. Wright. So
Okay.
thank you.
just a small follow-up. And of course, Mr. Wright will have the ability to say what Mr. Wright recalls, but I believe that Mr. Wright informed Mr. Steele before Mr. Steele asked that question that he has no recollection of that ever being stated by me to Mr. Sledge. But I'll let Mr. Wright speak for Mr. Wright. And
Time out. Let me get in the chat so I can see y'all. Yeah, can y'all tell that she did not feel confident in what she was saying? She did not feel confident, y'all. Listen, Brian doesn't like love because he knows. Yep, that's right. No, the jury is not here, Brooklyn. The jury is now gone. They've been released. And that's gonna be her downfall. That she always got to have the last word. Could y'all could tell she didn't feel confident in what she was saying.
I inquired, I know that I would not say that. So whatever Mr. Sledge said, Mr. Sledge said. I don't know how the question was posed. I don't, that's all right. It'll happen on redirect. We can flesh it out. But this notion about, I mean, all of that, Mr. Steele can ask whatever questions he wants to ask.
He
And Mr.
can
Sledge
tell
can
the
answer
judge.
however he feels he needs to. I'll handle that on redirect.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have indicated to both sides as I'm trying to stay calm with all the strikes and
Right.
stay neutral, but my client has repeated to me that that's how he heard it. I indicated to both sides that I heard her indicate that she was not going to be asking him, as in she clearly didn't like the subject matter, but I did not hear her affirmatively try to tell him not to disclose or say or secret it. So it's a slightly different interpretation of the non-lawyer and lawyer.
Sure.
And I think everyone knows I'm defense through and through. I would have no problem being able to say that, oh, that's exactly what she said. But I will not simply say it because it would be helpful.
Of course not. I wouldn't
Baby, look at Miss Love leaning in this chair. See, this is why I like the live part, because I get to talk to y'all in real time. Why is this lady leaning in this chair like this? I cut it off, y'all. Hold up. Wait, y'all, wait, time out. Can you hear now?
never expect, of course, our sounds out again, but
it was at least a hot topic that it wasn't something that I thought the state was going to go into, but I can't say I have a memory of her saying the specific instruction to Sledge that he remembers. But my client does, that's how he recalls it. So my client's not being
Oh, okay. He's low
Well,
because
we're not gonna get,
right.
we're not gonna get into whether you think he's truthful or not, because that wouldn't be appropriate. But you can say whatever you need to say when asked. And I appreciate you letting court know and letting both sides know what it is that your recollection is.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
One's in the chat. If y'all believe Miss Love was not trying to imply that man should not bring up that Thug told Woody and Moontoon to go to the police station. A 2 in the chat if you think Miss Love was definitely trying to tell that man that. I think she was. I think she definitely was. She don't take her own job. Y'all, why is she sitting up there like that? Miss Love, I mean, she looked like I can't say the word because we on here. She looked like a straight, I just can't say the word. Exactly, y'all. Two. Exactly. We don't believe nothing. Okay.
So do you think that Mr. Wright will be shortly on the heels?
Look
of
at her,
Mr.
y'all.
Sledge? Right on the heels. All right. So you should just plan to stick around then, and then hopefully we'll be able to release you after that. Okay.
Pause. I saw this, y'all. I watched this. Y'all kept saying she's gonna call him as a witness. I'm gonna have to go back on what I said. I thought that was all she needed him for. She most certainly just said right on the heels of Mr. Sledge, she will be calling Mr. Wright. What on earth can Mr. Wright testify to? She putting that man on the stand, y'all. She's putting this man on the stand. Child.
All right. Anything else? Sounds out again.
Yeah, she's putting him on the stand.
Maybe it's back. Is it back? Allegedly, y'all, they
Yeah, I heard the subpoena. What she said? What? Now we back to 100 witnesses. God dang it. God. Girl, she's putting this man on the stand. God, baby, let me tell you something. Love don't love them lawyers. Love don't love those lawyers, baby, because she's gonna put him. Y'all, I heard when he said that, but I misinterpreted it. I thought that little bit that we just saw was already him. Well, y'all know she might want him on the stand because she said, I can get him. This is the same man that let Moontoon sign this deal. Listen. That's what I want to know. Why she didn't put Miss Hilton on the stand? Y'all, this is insane. Why would she need to put that man on the stand? Brooklyn, you didn't miss it. You did not miss it. You did not miss it, baby. Hey, can you hard on him? Okay, this is the motion that you guys were talking about earlier.
They are coming early on Monday morning to replace either the entirety or
Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan.
Okay, here.
That is wrong. Rich Homie Quan has given interviews shortly after January 10th, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are.
Is that what y'all talking about right there? Is that the typing on the mic y'all keep talking about? Y'all, Barchi, it's people outside the window. Y'all know her by now. Wait a minute. What is wrong with her? Brian and Taryn Cross was to get Sledge or stand. He pushed her all day for a reason. Yeah, this is messy. Ariel, what do you think? What's still doing with 60 pictures, child? Oh yeah, you real Lifetime real crime stories. You missed that. They definitely talked about him at the very end of trial. Very messy. Look, she definitely tapping like a game show. Okay, y'all, this is where it got real messy.
Are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Quan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
They,
So y'all, when I saw that part, if it made me Barchi, it made me feel like they were trying to like let him know that he had passed, almost as if Brian still didn't know. Now, keep in mind, we thought Thug was made aware because he looked really sad after they came back from that last break. But when you're watching that, it's but maybe Brian is just like, even whether he's alive or not, we know that this wasn't true, and he can use those videos that Rich Homie did this year to prove that they were good. So it could be that, guys. Booty, we're talking about when this part right here we're watching, how someone from the other side was trying to tell Brian Steele to like slow down or stop because he was talking about Rich Homie. But I know that he know. Like it's no way he doesn't know. But I don't think he was trying to like say anything bad about Rich Homie, but just that Miss Love doesn't know what she's talking about. She want to drag her worse than Paige give y'all thought. Keep your powder clean was bad. Oh, here it is, Booty. I'll rewind it for you. Hold on.
Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan. That is wrong. Rich Homie Quan has given interviews shortly after January 10th, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Quan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
And look at Miss Love.
I have a good faith belief that the state did not call him because he gave exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the prosecutor to then say in front of the jury, and please check the record to make sure that what I'm saying is what was said by Ms. Love, but I immediately would have made this motion if you did not allow me to preserve it. And a lawyer can't tell the testimony. This is what happened. Brian Steele knows this. That is untruthful. In fact, I know the opposite.
All right. So my recollection is that Miss Love said that the evidence shows that after a certain date, one of the people in this picture no longer hung around Mr. Williams.
Okay, good.
That's a closer
That is not true.
account.
What the state was trying, their crazy theory, in my opinion, is that in the fall of 2014,
Booty.
Mr. Williams somehow cared
Girl.
about Rich Homie Quan signing with a third party. His name is Mr. Brian Williams, which is Birdman.
Right.
And somehow that because Donovan Thomas said, no, Mr. Rich Homie Quan, don't sign with Birdman, that Jeffrey Williams has now a motivation to kill Donovan Thomas. None of that comes out. And it's untruthful. As you saw, they are playing together, they being Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan, on New Year's of
Well, you know what?
2014.
There are plenty of band members who play together and hate each other. So them playing together doesn't establish anything. But
I got you, Lulu.
So Miss Love, you maintain that it is in evidence. So can you
That there was,
what part of the evidence and who said it?
yes, and I would ask if the court has in front of it my exact words or if there's a way
I
to
don't
grab.
have
Okay.
your exact words in front of me, but I'm sure we can get them by Monday.
Okay.
But it was
So what I was referring to was the testimony that has been given that after a certain date, at least one witness,
Shame.
there may have been two, testified that the relationship between one person in that photograph and defendant Williams changed. I can definitely say that
Hey, we
Mr.
gonna play her exact words.
I can definitely say that apart from that testimony that the jury has already heard,
Look how she's stumbling.
personally, I definitely have a great faith basis
okay, but that's
for
not what
saying
you
it, but that
said.
is not what I said. I
Evidence.
said what I was referring to the second part of
Y'all
what
think,
was
y'all
asserted
think she's gonna
by
say,
counsel.
I said what I said.
Which witness or witnesses it would have been? Because I think Miss Weaver's probably transcribed
It-
a good bit of this. And she's pretty fast. I'm happy to ask her to.
I believe it would have been Mr. Thomas Sr.,
Okay.
who was asked about the relationship between one of the people in the photograph or having seen them
All right.
Yeah,
after
respect to
a
that.
certain
Y'all-
time,
And then
or that it was
who else?
strained. That's why I'm asking. And then I'm not certain whether Detective Dennis talked about it. That I'd have to look back.
Okay. Why
But-
don't you look back? I mean, did
That-
Mr. Thomas Sr. testify for any real length of time? I mean,
He
would
was
that
there
be
for a
easy?
day.
Okay, that'd be easy enough for Miss Weaver to put together. I'd imagine Mr.
And-
Dennis testified for longer.
Yes,
All right.
but
Maybe you could look at your notes on
Yeah.
that and maybe pinpoint that more directly, and then I
I
could ask Miss
saw him.
Weaver,
He did.
you know, with
I
some
will.
parameters, maybe.
and I'll also just check with the team because it's not been a topic that has been discussed. So we've discussed those things anyway, and I can clarify because it was not. It was, I think that was Miss Hilton's witness, so she'd probably have a better memory than me. But the reason that I asked exactly what I said is because I think I chose my words carefully before I said them.
Okay.
And I want to make certain of exactly what I said, and I want to point back to exactly
You
what I
said
was
she always-
referring to.
Okay.
Wow.
And Miss Winfrey over the weekend will be kind enough to find us that little portion of Miss Love's statement that resulted in Mr. Steele having a motion and saying, can I just bring it up later? And me saying yes. And then we'll take all that up first thing on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
Miss
Okay.
the
Love
point
not gonna
is,
do
a
any-
lawyer,
Go watch
I
them.
do remember the father attempting to say things like that, but he couldn't explain later
miss your-
photographs, whatever, that goes to weight.
What?
But the issue is a lawyer to tell a jury what the evidence is testifying.
Mm,
It's inappropriate.
Your Honor, what I think was inappropriate
Ooh.
was attempting to mislead the jury by asserting that a photograph that Mr. Steele was aware was taken, or at least that particular concert or whatever, that was not a December 2015 concert as he stated to Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Sledge said yes. Even after Mr. Steele put up the next flyer or whatever it was
Mm.
and led Mr. Sledge by saying,
I like that vibe.
this
Trump.
happened
Right.
December 2014,
That
New
was
Year's
actually
Eve 2015.
that was 2015.
It was going into 2015. The
Right,
second
right.
one
So that was 2014.
yes. The
Okay.
first one was 2014.
All of those.
And so when Mr. Steele said, the reason that I said that I objected the way I did is that Mr. Steele said that posting that was defense exhibit
So when people say New Year's Eve 2015, they actually mean December 31st, 2014?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's
That
what they
was
meant.
so
So,
dumb. I'm
Your
like,
Honor,
But
and
Your
what
Honor, may I
happened-
finish
excuse me
before
one
he's
second.
allowed? May I finish
Just-
before Mr. Steele is
Okay, hang
allowed?
on. Let's see what Ms. Love was saying. Go ahead.
So, at the time that Mr. Steele
Barty.
put up the flyer and suggested before this jury that that flyer was for an event in December 2015,
Yeah.
that I objected because, and what I didn't say, what I wanted to say, which was he knows full well that wasn't December 2015, but I said that there has been evidence of something different.
Okay. Well, that probably wasn't the best way to handle it.
And if I'm not saying I did, but I may have misspoke. If I misspoke on a date, I wasn't doing deliberately. And the objection is that shouldn't be 2015. Are you sure, Mr. Steele or Your Honor? I don't think that's 2015. Not, and the
I don't think that
evidence
that's a-
shows,
No, no, no,
excuse
no.
me,
No, no, no.
and the evidence shows
I said,
that there was no relationship. They weren't speaking. That's what I'm complaining about.
Yeah. She said the evidence shows. Okay. I mean, that may
I
not
wanna
have
know
been
what
the
I said.
absolute best way to handle it. And I do wish that both of y'all, I mean, y'all clearly get under each other's skin and try to divorce from the case the fact that
very nasty.
each of you is the attorney handling certain evidence or certain witness, because honestly, both of you probably would do your tasks for your clients better if you could focus a little less on the fact that y'all get on each other's nerves. Okay. I mean, you do not have to, it does not have to be like a gladiator fight every time anybody says anything when it's the two of you. It doesn't come off well for anybody, honestly. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Your
I'd
Honor.
also like to say that
I
every
appreciate that, Your
evidentiary objection does not need to be made, even
Oh.
if it's a valid one. So think about that too.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Anything else?
Your Honor, just that I'll just await Miss Winfrey's
Okay.
snippet.
Okay. All right. I hate to do this, y'all. I can't stand getting up really early in the morning.
I think Brian Steele's problem was the fact that he didn't want to go to that bench with her. He was out of order for that. He was out of order. Hold on. Okay, before we go to that, they wanted to show another clip of Miss Love wilding out today.
Already given Mr. Wright the exhibits. The answer will be, yeah, I've seen it.
Well, the fact that I think Mr. Steele probably knows how to handle a witness well enough to lay the foundation properly.
I'm just asking based on
If
what
you
has
want to
happened
then
so
get up
far.
and ask, never mind, I'm not even going to suggest that. Okay, so are we clear on that? He can ask before today. What else?
Girl, I thought I was right at 419. Oh, it's coming.
think that
Oh,
the
no.
videos of people lip syncing, the wiping of the nose.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I was thinking in seconds, not minutes. Okay, here it is. She wants you to see Miss Love's face right here. I hate his haircut. Barchi, you're gonna have to go up because you're doing too much. Why didn't he just talk to Miss Love? Because Miss Love they on three-way. Y'all, Barchi does this all day. all day. Cindy, is that the part you were talking about? Hey, Asia. I think Miss Love needs that little side piece. It needs to go over a little further. I think it's too far over, girl. Yeah, don't mind Barchi. This is her everyday life, child. Cindy, is that the part? Was that the part you want us to see, Cindy? Because we're gonna go on to, they want to know what happened with Miss Love and Brian Steele, and it was towards the end.
Look the way that you remember them when you first saw them.
Yes.
Did you see them?
Why I didn't notice that Antonio Sledge had that water bottle today? I didn't notice that. Did y'all notice the water bottle today? He was not talking to you, love. We still said, oh my God. Hold on.
Those items contemporaneously. That's a bad word. Did you see
Oh,
them at
this
the
we
time?
are here
that
around this time right here.
220 DD is 2014?
It's it.
No.
Okay. Does it help you with 220 EE? Is the date New Year's Eve going into 2015?
Yes.
And who is performing on New Year's Eve, December 31, 2014, going into January 1st, 2015? Who are the performers?
Jeffrey Williams, Birdman, and Rich Homie Quan.
Now, do y'all ever notice when Montu is when like the lawyers object, Montu be agreeing with like what the lawyer's saying? Like he might look up at the judge like, yeah. I'm like, Montu, you're not supposed to do that.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, regarding the objection as to the year of 220 DD, I believe that Mr. Steele said the year was December 26, 2015, and that was where the issue was. I'm asking if now it's understood that it's 2014. If we could.
I don't know that we have that understanding because we don't have evidence that, I mean, I realize these are handed to the witness in a particular order, but I don't know that there's any evidence to
You don't understand, no,
suggest
he
that
just- but
the
baby,
order that they're in is a chronological one. So we still don't have any evidence as to which of the 2 years that other one was. We just know that this one that we're looking at right now, 220 EE, is for a concert date, December 31st of 2015 with those performers.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
oh God. Like Montu, you are not a lawyer, baby. Like yesterday, he was a cybersecurity specialist. I'm just done with Montu.
Did you want to ask him about another?
Yes, Your
Picture.
Honor.
No, this I think no, this is it because it's the Rich Game post. This is it. And you know, YouTube, I go too far, we gonna lose where we at. First of all, Montu, he has a nervous laugh when she asked him, was the weapon loaded? He said, I mean, and then he like, who walk around with a unloaded weapon, Miss Love? He's a character. Hey,
When
India.
you go through these, or you've gone through this,
He do it all, booty.
Yes.
are they performances? And the jurors will have that exhibit out with them. They'll be able to look at it. Are those performances all over
We
the
like
United States?
821. I just want to
I'd
get
like to, did your lawyer show you any potential exhibits yesterday or today?
He showed it to me today.
Then I shouldn't have said yes, I apologize. All right, I'm going to approach with a screenshot. If you need to see the actual potential exhibit, just say I don't recognize the screenshot, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm showing Mr. Williams number 46, 47. 49.
Right.
These are videos, but I would say it this way, but if
Oh
needed,
All right.
Oh God. Listen, y'all, Monk is hilarious. Oh God. I did, Kiana. I did see that. Oh, Mook said, Mook. King, you said Mook ready to come back and talk.
You may.
Yes.
Oh my God, yo. Yeah, he ready. He ought to be ready to get off this stand. So we
47
know.
and 46. And if you need to see the actual item, there's no problem with the court's
Hold
information.
on, y'all. Come on, Birch. Let's move over. So you can stop this barking, girl. Let's close the curtain. Oops, I forgot. Cut it like
It's
that.
only with 3.
One more time.
It's only with 3.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Have you, you know what their screenshots from? Did you go over that with your lawyer?
I knew they was just professional people.
Okay. And have you seen those items before this week? Do you recognize those images from before this week?
Yeah, I probably seen them on. I think I seen this. I think I seen all of them on the
Stay
internet.
specific.
Okay. And when you say the internet,
Hold up.
just be clear,
Get
that's
Instagram.
before, okay, that's fine. But before this week, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Before
Before,
yesterday
yes.
or today? Okay. And I know you're not seeing the exact video. Do you need to see those videos? Or are you comfortable, confident? How about that? That you've seen these items before?
Yes, I have seen them before.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission. Mark Jeffrey Williams, 46, 47, 49.
Your Honor, with the court, I apologize. Would the court permit an inquiry into foundation? Because I heard the witness say, I think I've seen them.
Oh God.
And then when
This was
Mr.
another
Steele said, are you confident that you've seen them? He then said, because at first he said, I think I've seen them somewhere on the internet, Instagram. And then Mr. Steele said, are you confident? He said,
A-N-M.
yeah, I've seen them. So I would ask permission to inquire where it is or in what to further inquire as to his foundation.
No, because
Basis for
he's now
knowledge.
said he's confident he's seen them.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
They're admitted.
Mr. Sledge, now, there may be something on the screen, sounds like, that's not anyone's doing. So this may not be the best way to play it, but we're going to try, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo, well, before he publishes, and it'll be first.
Key, I think he started saying refresh my memory. I think his lawyer must have told him that or something as a way for her to provide some evidence or maybe make them show their hand, because if you can tell, Ms. Love never can do it.
First one is Jeffrey Williams, 46. Let me ask you a couple of questions, Mrs. Sledge.
Yes.
Do you remember the prosecutor asked you a lot of questions, or a number of questions, whatever they were, about if you know and if you've done the finger to the nose? You remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you to do it for the jurors, finger to the nose, right?
Yes.
Why is it said?
Do you know who started? Do you personally know who started a finger across the nose, if anyone?
No.
Good laugh. Yep.
Is there anything about an individual taking their finger, like I'm doing, and going across my nose,
Yeah.
that means that the person is committing crime?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Objection calls for a conclusion, a legal conclusion, and objection as to outside the province of
Brian
this
Steele
particular
I chose
witness.
this-
It's an improper
this
question to
witness.
ask whether it
and besides,
suggests that they are committing a crime.
it might be right here when he. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to skip, but we were trying to watch a particular part. The Brian Steele and Miss Love thing, y'all. It happened. He showed the Brian Steele flyer, right?
have
Need
not
for-
seen this, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Smith.
Oh Lord.
And
If you have not seen this before, you'll just tell us I haven't read it. I haven't,
Pacific sends me every
seen
time.
it,
You
okay?
got to
Yeah.
go.
If you have
you
seen it
can
and
get
read it, just tell us I have seen it and read it.
Your
Yeah.
Honor, could Mr.
Yeah.
Steele place just on the record the one he just
Yeah.
identified for Mr.
Oh,
Kokomo, but I
Yeah,
can
in
barely
some
hear.
way.
Okay, I will, King.
Say
Spin
it.
around and show Miss
Yeah,
Love.
if I could
So
see it.
Those,
This is DMAC.
Just spin around and show Miss Love. Will be easier than trying to. Some people's names. or
Okay, it's after this.
Tags or whatever are kind of hard to read out.
Y'all, Doug Weinstein was so annoyed today.
Thank you.
The booklet was from
If you
Tour.
have not seen this, just make it clear. If you have seen it, just make it clear. I'm just going to read it, okay?
Okay.
And it is, I'm just orienting myself.
I
This is Mr. Williams' exhibit
Pacific
number
wearing him bad. Y'all think he's getting
255A. And it's down here and it says, DMAC got me to banging
He was.
at
He was on
DMAC
Twitter.
to banging. And you see the date,
Yes,
December 27, 2014.
yes.
And this is me, I'm not reading verbatim, okay? And AN,
The shark.
lie to they mama,
Ooh,
brother, sister,
it
and
was
kids, but get to the
Really good.
courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't get it, or ION get it, hyphen at Young Thug. You see that?
Yes.
You could tell
If you
Shima.
can remember it, if you can, it's fine.
Thank you,
And just tell us,
Sandy.
Have you seen that before this week?
Have I seen it
That particular post.
this week?
No.
you
Oh,
think I
anytime.
This week.
I mean, Taylor.
I can't even remember exactly what day I seen it, but I don't seen this
I
before.
thought
That
it
was
was.
Yes.
Have you seen it
Judges, he
before?
talked
Oh,
about
it was
that.
before this
I-
little
This
bit.
Have you
specific
seen
post.
DMAC got to me too banging on
Yes.
December 27th? That post. You
Yes.
saw that
I don't
post.
saw this post
All right.
before.
Have you seen it before
That's when
this
Brian
week?
still
Just
said,
make
look,
Yes.
look,
yes.
that's when she didn't want to go.
We're gonna have to mark that. Can you pull up?
I
the
see her
one
fall. Look how many
that
times she
says-
fell out in the seat. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, she died. You know that one? Okay, I'm gonna do that.
I know they went.
Thank you,
to
Dominic.
the-
I have my notes. That's-
It was right when Brian still said, I don't want to go. Let me see.
Yeah,
Fine with
that
me.
may be a better way to do it. Okay. All right. So we are going to break for the day and for the weekend. And
Oh, I'm too
would
far back.
Remind all of you to not talk about the case
Really?
with anybody. Don't let anybody talk about.
Y'all, what? Look at this lady. Why is she leaned back in
I
this?
believe except for the, I have to break down the
Yeah.
62.
Yo, look at this lady.
In a short period of time, I don't have any other questions.
Yo.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Look at her.
So is your plan to?
I'll try to do it,
Hold on.
with the court's permission, I'll try to do it Mr. Wright
We
and
okay.
figure out if
You
there's
right
a
before this beat.
quick way to get it through. I'm not going to speak with Mr. Slade. I don't mean any disrespect, but I'll go through his.
Your Honor, with the court permit out,
I don't know how he can know that.
You can know it
So.
from personal experience.
the speculation until there's a foundation established for his ability to answer that. A basis for knowledge, speculation about.
For the Mr. Sledge to look at, but then I was going to just, once he identifies a few, I was going to stop.
Girl, why Brian still come out on pictures?
Thank you. You listen for Mikey? Okay.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God that is true.
Y'all, these videos
Is that Jeffrey speaking?
all the time.
Yes.
And
I don't know how he can know that.
you can know it.
So.
I'm gonna start getting these timestamps when I'm watching y'all.
I'm looking at 62 pages. Are we talking about 62 pages? That's what this is.
Not her worried about how many
Date from
pages.
the-
That's the same 255 that we looked at before.
No, we cut
No,
out.
it's a different.
Yeah, we stopped it in July 2000.
Yeah, I start
Okay,
name dash.
then-
Oh,
Starts,
yeah.
I think, December or November 2012.
Okay, and you were just gonna pick a couple of
Yes,
pages.
I'm not going to go through 6.
Can we, is it
Oh,
possible to have them just specify which two so I can look at those? Or do I need to look at
I was
62
going to
and
show
guess?
it to Mr. Sledge first, Salvis.
that is right.
And then we
What's
can do that.
this? When everybody come up. Because Brian still did not want to go up there.
For the Mr. Sledge to look at, but then I was going to just, once he identifies a few, I was going to stop.
I keep
For the
I might
Mr.
have to
Sledge
give
to look
you-
at, but then I was going to just, once he identifies a few, I was going to stop.
So
We listen to way
Okay,
too many
so-
house, baby. Can you find when she
Yeah, come
stood in the chair? Y'all got to give me some. I don't. Y'all can do this all day. You just got to give me some hints. I think Rich Homie Quan was on the screen. 99 more witnesses. It's very much nasty work. Okay.
Who are speaking in that video, okay?
Yes.
And was it Jeffrey Williams speaking?
I remember
Yes.
she
Right. Let me see
preserved.
the one seen on the
He
video.
said he wanted
Yes.
to go back to it.
Is there anything about
I got my phone.
an individual taking their finger, like I'm doing,
It would help me.
going across my nose, that means that the person is committing crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection calls for a conclusion, a legal
I was
conclusion,
saying
and objection as to
And he is trying to show
outside the province of
things and performance. So what's
this particular witness. It's an improper question to ask whether it suggests that they are committing a crime.
Okay, sustained.
y'all talking about Mr. Coco?
With
Ah.
the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo, would you play Jeffrey Williams
agree.
exhibit number 46?
Thank you, whoever did that.
Take a look at it,
what
Mr.
about
Sledge. I'll have questions for you.
time?
If it's not going to work because the item up over the screen, we'll just do it another time, okay?
Is that that
Yes.
box?
Yeah.
And wherein on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with your ex-paramour or girlfriend. You see that?
Yes.
Were you asked any questions about what Jeffrey knew about that?
No.
Okay, we're gonna start right here.
And wherein on behalf of YSL,
So they
you
said it's
threatened
just
to
not-
harm
Wait,
a
thank
person named
you.
Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with your ex-paramour or girlfriend. You see that?
Yes.
Were you asked any questions about what Jeffrey knew about that?
No.
He knew nothing to your knowledge, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Yeah, the fact that she
On your
did
personal knowledge,
thought you, they were saying Mr. Coco fell it.
on your personal knowledge, did you ever speak with the prosecution? Did they ever want to know what did Jeffrey Williams
I
know?
told
about
everybody I was going to YouTube.
Speculation too, I can approach, Your Honor, because that.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't, that one does not call for speculation, but if you have some other issue.
that? I don't need
I'll
to
go
approach,
ahead.
Your Honor. I'm going to continue.
Okay.
I would rather not stop because that's all Ms. Love does. I'd rather continue. I'll waive that.
Well, we're gonna approach.
This is where Brian messed up today. That's all Miss Love does. This is where Brian messed up, y'all. This is where he messed up today. It's under the caption. Don't forget to like there. Y'all, that he said that's all she does. This not the part we was looking for, y'all. Well, we looked for this part too. We did want this part too. Brian still was not playing with Miss Love today. Oh, okay. This will help me so we can see. Oh, hold up. Okay, I see y'all said y'all found it. 8/13/26. Okay. I knew it was I thought I was around it, but okay. Let's hear what she
for
said.
2014 and 15,
Okay.
A and B.
Your Honor,
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in order.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out
There you go.
did not associate with Defendant Williams
Now I have
after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
I knew Brian still meant business when he said, now I have emotion. I knew Brian meant business right there and then. When Brian took them glasses and said, now I have emotion. I knew Brian still meant business right there. I said, oh, Miss Love, he looks like he was giving you a pass. But when you said that it came out in evidence and he didn't associate with Thug, Brian still said, now I have emotion. I knew it, y'all. Yes, I'll rewind it for you. Okay, 8. Hold on. Okay, here it is.
220 DD is 2014.
No,
Okay. Does it help you with 220 EE? Is the date New Year's Eve going into 2015?
yes,
And who is performing on New Year's Eve, December 31, 2014, going into January 1st, 2015? Who are the performers?
Jeffrey Williams,
Who else?
Birdman, and Rich Homie Quan.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, regarding the objection as to the year of 220 DD, I believe that Mr. Steele said the year was December 26, 2015, and that was where the issue was. I'm asking if, and now it's understood that it's 2014, if we could.
I don't know that we have that understanding because we don't have evidence that, I mean, I realize these are handed to the witness in a particular order, but I don't know that there's any evidence.
Your Honor, I'm showing Mr. Williams number 46, 47, 49.
Right.
These are videos, but I was doing it this way, but if needed, Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo.
All right.
Yeah, okay, it said we at 8:18. I'm sorry.
With those performers.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may.
Yes,
Yeah, did I skip it again?
Look at Mr. Williams 49, 47, and
Was
46
it 8:13?
for 2014 and 15, A and B.
Your Honor,
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in order.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But
Well,
but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with
Now she don't want to say the deceased people's names. Why she ain't say Rich Homie, y'all?
Defendant Williams
now I have
after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute. With regard to this particular exhibit, I don't see a date on it either. Is there a date on it of a year? If not, maybe
I'll do
pick a
the-
different exhibit.
Your Honor, my motion be preserved as timely
Yes.
and approach.
Yes.
So did y'all hear what she said? Did you all hear what she said? Y'all, that's his. So Sonya, I mean, not Sonya, Taylor, that was the motion. The motion that he gave at the end of court was that she testified. And he says that as an attorney, she was not supposed to do that. It was after him. Look at Miss Love. I can't go through the video without this lady leaning back in. This was so. It was very
He's
unprofessional.
truthful or not, because that wouldn't be appropriate, but you can say whatever you need to say when asked. And I appreciate you letting the court know and letting both sides know what it is that your recollection is.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So
I
do you think
see.
that Mr. Wright will be
I'll go
shortly
to-
on the heels
it
of
up so I can
Mr.
remember.
Sledge?
Right on the heel.
All right. So you should just
I
plan
don't
to
know.
stick
I don't know
around
how to
then,
feel.
and then hopefully we'll be able to release you after that.
I don't know how to feel about Miss Love talking about right on the heels. What does she want with that man?
Okay. All right. Anything else? Sounds out again. Maybe it's back. Is it back? Allegedly, y'all, they are coming early on Monday morning to replace either the entirety or something in this box. I think they've already tried several things. This is some new thing. We'll see, but
If I buy anything, will they reimburse me?
Miss Love was up there sitting like, I don't know how many of y'all from the hood, but y'all know how everybody have a spot under a tree that they go sit under. That's what Miss Love was giving. She was sitting in, I'm gonna use my neighborhood, Bunker Hill, under the tree with a 40 in her hand. It just went, that was terrible.
what you mean?
If I buy some.
Who is we?
I say,
Court
they.
administration?
Yeah, they, the people that are responsible for this, will they reimburse
Ooh,
me if I
yes.
buy some?
I gotta get a pen. Yeah.
Miss Love, I cannot guarantee anything like that. I am still trying to get reimbursed for stuff from like 2 years ago. So, I mean, I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't do that. If you plan to buy something, it'll just be for the good of this trial. It won't be. No.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
you
Yes.
allowed me to continue, so I don't have to ask the jurors to leave, but I made a motion,
Oh, yes. Yes.
and Mr.
Thank
Matthews
you for
reminded
reminding me of that.
and what happened was, and please check the record, but what I remember happening was Ms. Love makes a speaking objection, comments, puts her own testimony before the jury and states that the testimony, that there's no evidence and it's already been proven. And I know that there's a strained relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie
I
Quan.
believe too, Jay.
That is wrong. Rich Homie Quan has given interviews shortly after January 10th, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Quan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
Did y'all hear Miss Love?
I have a good faith belief that the state did not call him because he gave exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the prosecutor to then say in front of the jury, and please check the record to make sure that what I'm saying is what was said by Ms. Love, but I immediately would have made this motion if you did not allow me to preserve it. And a lawyer can't tell the testimony. This is what happened. Brian Steele knows this. That is untruthful. In fact, I know the opposite.
Uh-huh. All right. So my recollection is that Miss Love said that the evidence shows that after a certain date, one of the people in this picture no longer hung around.
Now we just listened to it. Is that what Miss Love said, y'all? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is that what Miss Love said? Because that's not what I heard her say. She mumbled, yeah, you need to stop. Yes, Kiera, I can, but she mumbled to Brian Steele, yeah, you need to stop. Yes, I definitely feel like that's not what Miss Love said. She said exactly what Brian Steele is saying. She said, turn the on. Yes, hold on, let me figure that out, girl. I got you. Oh no, this say autoplay. It says it's unavailable. Sorry, it says it's unavailable. 925. So we're gonna go 924.
Exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the prosecutor to then say in front of the jury, and please check the record to make sure that what I'm saying is what was said by Ms. Love, but I immediately would have Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan. That is wrong. Rich Homie Quan has given interviews shortly after January 10, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Quan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
I have a good faith belief that the state did not call him because he gave exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the prosecutor to then say in front of the jury, and please check the record to make sure that what I'm saying is what was said by Ms. Love, but I immediately would have made this motion if you did not allow me to preserve it. And a lawyer can't tell the testimony. This is what happened. Brian Steele knows this. That is untruthful. In fact, I know the opposite.
All right. So my recollection is that Miss Love said that the evidence shows that after a certain date, one of the people in this picture no longer hung around Mr. Williams.
Okay, good.
That's a
That-
closer
That is not true.
account.
All right, let's go back. Because let's go 8. Was it 13? I think it was 13.
Evidence has come out, did not associate with defendant Williams
Now I have
after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
So Taylor, do you hear the distinction? She didn't give like a time frame. She made it sound like Rich Homie didn't mess with him at all anymore. Y'all want to go right before that, Taylor? Okay. Hold on, let me see where I'm at. 8:13. Let's just start at 8:12.
For 2014 and 15,
Okay.
A and B.
Your Honor,
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in order.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one. And I don't see it on there either. So,
All right.
but
Well,
I just want to pause, y'all. Taylor, when he was back there with Moonson, he was just having him look at pictures from like a range of 2014 to 2015. That's the range that he gave him for the pictures. So if I hope that adds context back a little more. Okay, so okay, we're just gonna go back because Taylor had just asked it too. So let's go back to 8, 9. Let's go. Well, we can go back to. We're gonna right here to about 11. We're gonna go right.
items on the middle of the screen.
It appears that there's some encryption, Fulton County, on all of the computers, so I'm not sure if it's anything that can be done.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. May I approach, Your Honor?
you may.
Let me just show you this to you. Mrs. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted, Mr. Williams.
Look at Mrs. Sledge. She's so respectful.
0DD. Take a peek at that. And is this a performance in Chicago, Illinois?
Yes,
And do you recognize those performers?
yes.
Tell the jurors who they are.
Birdman and Rich Homie Quan.
And anybody else?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And this is the date. Do you see the date?
Yes, December 26th.
And Christmas time,
Yes,
2015?
yes.
To your knowledge and observation, and if you don't have one,
Yes.
I do not see, and so I would ask for clarification if the testimony is that there is a 2015 on this exhibit that I'm looking at, because there is no year of 2015 as Mr. Steele has suggested, unless I'm missing it. If you could just show me, I'd be okay.
I know, y'all.
first of all, items on the middle of the
First of
screen.
all, sent me.
It appears that there's some encryption Fulton County on all of the computers, so I'm not sure if it's anything that can be done.
Okay,
You'll see
that's
that
fine. That's fine. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me just show you this to you. Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been admitted, Mr. Williams, or JW Exhibit 220DD. Take a peek at that. And is this a performance in Chicago, Illinois?
yes,
And do you recognize those performers?
yes.
Tell the jurors who they are.
Birdman and Rich Homie Quan.
And anybody else?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And this is the date. Do you see the date?
Yes, December 26th.
And Christmas time,
Yes,
2015?
yes.
To your knowledge and observation, and if you don't have one,
Yes.
I do not see, and so I would ask for clarification if the testimony is that there is a 2015 on this exhibit that I'm looking at, because there is no year of 2015 as Mr. Steele has suggested, unless I'm missing it. If you could just show me, I'd be okay.
Girl, Brian looks so annoyed. Y'all saw how he walked past that table.
Yes.
it comes from the
First
state
of
of
all-
Georgia when they subpoenaed Mr. Williams' Twitter account for 2014 and 15,
Okay.
A and B.
Your Honor,
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in order.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But
Well-
but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference, because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams
Now I have,
after a particular time.
Okay.
now I have a motion.
All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute. With regard to this particular exhibit, I don't see a date on it either. Is there a date on it of a year? If not, maybe
I'll do
pick a
the next
different exhibit.
So Taylor, so for me, I think I put it on the block of my post. Even if there was a falling out, right? At some point, they did do shows and tour together. So I didn't feel like Brian Steele was asking Moontoon, are they cool? Are they friends? I never thought that's what he was asking. I always felt, well, I feel like he was simply showing at that time what was going on in his life. And I can understand that. And with Quan being diplomatic, then if it's only like a people in the city type thing, then there's no way to really dispute it. Y'all get what I'm saying? It's no way to dispute it. But even if they did fall out, for me, it's like this still happened. And when she brought that up, I agree with Brian Steele. I didn't think he was presented to say that these people were cool. Taylor, at least I didn't. I could be wrong. And unless y'all got more clips, you guys can come on up and we can just discuss stuff and watch clips. It doesn't matter. Because I know we want to go over those two parts, Steele, the lawyer, and Brian Steele. But yeah, I thought he was just submitting that evidence to show what was going on at that time, especially with Muntung, to kind of show what was going on in Thug's life, how he was an artist, he was traveling all over. So for Miss Love to start saying like, well, those people are not, they into it now. I'm like, girl, why does that matter? Yes, Armenia. Oh, y'all, let me put the link in here again. If you guys want to go ahead and come up, I see Attorney Yates is already in here. And if y'all got more clips y'all want me to show, we can do those. I was just pointed out. Okay. Oh, yeah, Sonya. I feel like, I keep saying Sonya. I know it's Taylor. Taylor, I do feel like he's going to Brian Steele. That'll probably be his argument. They didn't do much. That's why. Yeah, it stopped real early, 7. Hi, Attorney Yates. Hold on. There we go. I think I've added. Hey.
Hello. Now that I've unmuted myself.
Okay. Y'all click the link. I just put it in the chat. I can probably stop the screen now. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
After today, exhausted, stressed.
Today was a lot.
I've seen other streamers who are like, today wasn't very exciting. And I'm like, today was frustrating. It wasn't exciting in the sense of new things happening, but it was exciting in the sense of all this is frustrating and none of it should be happening.
What was the worst thing for you today?
One thing that, and I said this in Mrs. Jefferson's live earlier, that I almost threw my phone at was when Judge Whitaker told Miss Love what objection to do. She was throwing out every objection in the book, and all of them were wrong. None of them were accurate. And she goes, what about facts, not evidence? And she didn't even say, okay, yeah, let's go with that. She was like, okay. And then it was sustained. And I'm like, that she shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, I feel like she does that all the time, though. I don't know
It
if
was bad. Like,
maybe the prosecutor, but today it's because Miss Love was objecting left and right.
Well, if she doesn't give, and another thing was the speaking objections. It was on another level. But then at the very end, when Miss Love goes, I'm gonna object to all of Mr. Steele's speak. Okay. This iPad doesn't want to stay up. I'm gonna object to Mr. Steele's speaking objections, and I'm like, he's doing that because you've been doing it all day long. You're the one that started this. You have done a speaking objection with every single one that you've done. And I think Judge Whitaker said something to the effect of, you maybe want to consider just because an objection can be made. And that's one of you're taught, well, you should be taught this as a law student. I don't know if everyone is, but just because you can doesn't mean you should.
She told her that. What did she tell her that? She also told her that she needs to learn to stop arguing. She doesn't always have to make her point. She's rebuked her this week. I mean, this week has been bad for Miss Love.
And the sad thing is Miss Love is not, she can't be dumb because she went,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she graduated with an engineering degree. She went to Georgetown Law. Georgetown is one of the top law schools. And she graduated very high in her class. I mean, I think that made it even more frustrating because she's not a brand new attorney who's trying to learn. She's not an attorney who went to the bottom law school. Like, she graduated very high in her class from a very prestigious law school. And
I think she makes me feel like how they say most cases plead out, I will always stand by the fact that maybe she just not used to the case. She's definitely not used to a RICO this complex, and I don't think she's used to really trying cases. And you can tell it's just it's. I mean, it's very the fact that they were so unorganized before Paige got here really bothers me. It's scary. That is scary.
I think she's gotten more complacent in her years because she is the head of the what does Fulton County call it? I can't remember what they call it, but basically the crimes that have a lot of attention. The word is escaping me right now. Basically, like cases like this, the ones that are getting a lot of media coverage. I mean, she's the head of that division. So she's also been doing this for a while, but I think she's absolutely gotten complacent in, I know what it can be like when you're around certain judges that you like a lot.
Glanville.
You get used to your arguments around them. High profile cases, that's the word. Thank you. You get used to that, but you can't when it comes to trial. You can't, because whether you're dealing with the judge you're in front of all of the time, you have to realize you're in front of a jury. Yep. Like you can't become, I've always said, when you become complacent and Weinstein has said this as well, and I think it's the thought of many, many defense attorneys, as soon as you stop getting nervous or caring or, again, being nervous for certain cases or any case, get out. Because you're dealing with people's lives. And as soon as you stop realizing how important that is.
Keep going. I just need to get my dog some water. Keep going.
I've got a tennis ball in my hand because mine keeps bringing it and squeaking it. So I get it.
Out of water.
Oh my God, this iPad. Okay. And I think Hilton's over the the special victim. She does like the aggravated assaults, where domestic violence, things like that. So, I mean, Love is over a pretty serious division, and then Hilton's also over a fairly difficult division when it comes to like major felonies, persons crimes, and so just all of this bothers me.
It is. I think today it's like, I am very careful because I know it can seem like some of us are watching this trial for it's entertainment. It's just there are parts that are entertaining, but it's sad when you really look at it because these are people's lives. When Judge Whitaker was telling that to infamous Sylvia today, and I think what you want of her, but I've never felt like she feels like this is funny. And a lot of people, I mean, I know we crack jokes about some of the stuff that's going on, but when you watch this trial, it's like, wow, this is really, it's unbelievable to me. What really shocked me was them saying Moontunk was too dangerous for a bond, but he wasn't dangerous enough for them to give him a plea.
So here's the deal. Because we have bond hearings every Thursday morning. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry. So the DA's office opposes almost everything. It could be someone shoplifting some Tide Pods. Mm-hmm. I only handle felonies. So all of my clients are facing some kind of prison. They oppose almost everything. But then they're like, well, we'll give them an offer for straight probation. We'll get this worked out. And I'm like, it's the exact same thing. They're willing to give them straight probation because, again, they get their conviction. That is it. they can say it's about the community, and some prosecutors in some places it is, but there are so many where it's not, and it starts at the head. and when there's issues from the top, it leaks all the way down, and people get complacent and they do what they're told and they become a part of it. And that's, I think, hopefully the jury sees that, because it is okay, well, you're letting him have straight probation. He's out in the community, and anyone who knows someone who's been on probation,
Did I do that?
I think so.
I don't know what I did. Okay, there we go.
But I think anyone who knows someone who's been on probation can see that. They're like, well, they have some kind of accountability. I'm like, Georgia is either second or third highest with the amount of people on probation in the state of states. They have, I think now it's like 1 in 13 is on probation.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because, and I could be wrong because I took this class 2 semesters ago. But if I remember correctly, my criminal justice class said that when you're on probation and you're wearing these ankle monitors, you're paying for that.
So not everyone on probation is on an ankle monitor.
Well, no. Well, let's first answer this. Do you pay when you're on the ankle monitor? Is that true? Maybe I'm mixing both up.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So,
and then when you're on probation, don't you have to pay something monthly?
Yes. So here in I don't know if it varies county by county, but my county felony is, I think, $37 a month, and misdemeanors $47 a month. So you do pay monthly while you're on probation, and then you may have, that's your probation fee, but then you may have court fines. Like one of my judges loves to fine people. So with their plea, minimum, they're getting like a $500 fine. They have that to pay. And then there's community service. And so you've got a lot while you're on probation. We deal with ankle monitors a lot while people are out on bond. Not so much probation, but while they're out on bond. And here, to get the ankle monitor, they have to come to the jail, put it on. It's, I think, $310, maybe a little more, just to get it put on at the jail. And then once you get out, it's, I think, $10 a day. So it comes out to be a little over $300 a month that you're paying while you're on it.
Oh, wow. Taylor, did I bring you up? And Booty, I just posted the link again. I think it can be like 6 people up here. I believe it's dead. And so you guys can, hey, Taylor.
Hey, you did. I had an audio issue, and so I had tried to refresh, and it kicked me off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You back on now? I felt like, did you have a picture on here last time?
I think I did have a picture. I've got to download this app apparently because it didn't stay.
It's okay. It's okay. Hold on, Taylor, because I'm going to go ahead and let you talk. I have one question for you. Attorney Yates, what if you can't pay the fees? They want to know, what if you can't pay the fees? What happens?
So stop. I'm so sorry. So it depends on the judge. That, like, there are some clients, depending on the judge, there's one judge I'm in front of. Certain clients, I will ask for the probation fees to be waived.
Okay.
Like, I have a client that I know is homeless and or unhoused and is not going to be able to make payments. I ask for it to be waived. Some judges will do, some won't.
Okay.
Some of them I will ask if the fines and fees can be converted into community service hours, to where if they can't afford monetarily, they can do some community service and that will cover their fines. So it depends on, sometimes probation will let you put up or make a payment arrangement. Some will let you do community service. It all just depends, but those are 2 of the things that I look at and ask the judge and or probation. And if the judge doesn't agree, then I tell them to just, once they get on probation, talk to their probation officer to ask if they can set up. I tell them the options and saying, hey, ask them about A, B, and C and see what your options are.
And see if they'll give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Hey, Taylor girl.
Hey. Did you have a good day today?
Today was a lot, Taylor.
Oh my gosh, it really was.
Did you get some content posted today?
I did get some content posted today, and I ended with Love's perception, or what I don't think that she's, oh, pretty girl. I don't think that she's being conscious of her perception to the jury. Because even if she isn't hiding anything, the way that she carries herself in the courtroom, it can't look good to her. It can't look good to them. You got these people sitting here who's been here for months, who's ready to go home, and it looks like you're just holding this up and you're prolonging this. And so she can't logically think that what she's doing is okay. And if she does, I think it comes off as it's very egotistical, and it's not about the case; it's about self. And I hate that for her.
Armenia just said that in the chat. Once I heard the attorney say that the prosecution's office is a bit different, the prosecutors, they should be after justice, not like winning the case. I'm like, well, Miss Love must doesn't know that because it looks like she's out to win, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Okay, Taylor, you brought it up, so let's talk about it. How did you feel watching Miss Love, the way she behaved towards the end of court, all during court today? Let's talk about all during court. How did, like, you talked about her perception. Give me your perception today.
I was exhausted. I was mentally exhausted because I was trying to keep up with when I watch, I try to watch as if I'm a juror, right? I know I don't understand everything. We get like, backstage passes, but I try to watch as I'm a juror when they're in the room. And it was very hard to follow what was going on and stay with the storyline because there were so many interruptions and I couldn't get a flow in my mind. You know what I mean? And so I spent time
Taylor, you're saying you couldn't get a flow of like Brian Steele's cross today?
I struggled with Shark at first until she shut up. Because I had to stop and then go back and re-listen to it just to make sure like I was getting it. And if you watch my content too, you know that sometimes I get it wrong and have to make a correction because I don't um I don't always know what's going on. And so I at first I had to kind of go back and do that to try to understand, okay, what is going on. And then with Steele, she never let him get into a flow. And so it was like, oh my God, I just want it to be over. I just stopped and I was like, well, I know somebody's going to do a recap and I'll just jump in and talk with them.
I will have to agree. Ariel, I'm putting your link. Oh, are you guys seeing the link? Ariel, I'm putting it in again for you. I don't think I was. I think frustrating would be the word for me as well. I was able to follow, but I'm like you. We're watching on YouTube. We're not. Oh my God, y'all. We're not the jury, so we don't have to. We get to rewind, go back, rewind, go back. Did she say that? We get to do that. I do think it was hard to watch. And I mean, you could feel the tension in that courtroom today. You could feel it. I mean, and Brian Steele, when you talk about perception, I really believe that the jury, if they had to pick Miss Love or Brian Steele, they're picking Brian every time. He's really a gentleman. But something about Miss Love just ticks that man off.
Because even when Brian, she objected to something, and all you hear very softly on the microphone was, oh my God. And I'm like, to have someone who you see, especially after they saw Brian with Woody, and then seeing how he just very naturally and calmly approaches the witnesses, how he handles them, and then seeing him get very frustrated, I think that shows, because he didn't get frustrated with Woody. He didn't get frustrated with Sledge. He holds his composure very well until Miss Love pushes that button and he's like, oh my God. And so I think that the jury hopefully can see that it takes a lot to kind of get him to that point.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to that point with her.
And I agree, Attorney Yates. Like his mannerism is so appealing. It's almost charismatic, because if you pay attention, he's honorable with this person. Even after he asks the judge, "Can I approach you?" He looks at you as a person and say, "Can I approach you? Is it
Yeah.
okay?" And those things matter. And I don't think that she is like it's not clicking. Like
Because when Miss Love tries to do something like that, it comes off so disingenuous. It is so fake, and that is something. Don't you may see another attorney do something that you're like, I want to do that, but if it's not you, everyone can see it.
You
And
can
so when
see it.
she tries to do something like that and something to try and reel them back in, like some of the defense attorneys do, because they're all different, but they're all respectful in their own right. And she tries to be like any of them, and it is very fake, and it comes off that way.
Well, I know that I've noticed her actually defaming the defense team several times during this trial, and that goes to their character and whether they would get new clients. And also, everyone that took that stand has said, when we go out of town with Thug, we commit our crimes. Thug sent us back on the first flight, and he paid whatever we have done, whatever damage we've done. He pays that, and he sent us back on the first flight. So that means Thug don't want to have no dealings with their criminal activity. And then for her to say she don't want his flyers for his shows coming in, those shows are booked six months in advance. So there's no way he can just hop up on January the 10th and say, I'm going to Miami for a show. That show was already planned.
Mm-hmm.
She was trying to make it seem like those were fake flyers.
I know. I felt like
Right.
that too.
That even though shows are planned in advance, anyone can go on Canva and make some BS flyer, say, "Oh, I'm gonna have a show down in here," and I'm like, an artist. He's not some random artist. He's not. He doesn't have to make these fake things. He didn't know in 2013, 2014 that he was gonna be on trial for this 11 years down the road. He wasn't making fake flyers in preparation for a trial 10 years later.
Right.
That wasn't happening.
And this
Right.
is coming from a woman who we just saw that you had a man sign a deal for 30 years probation saying that you can revoke this and send him to jail for 35. Like, come on.
Now, what did anyone catch where the extra 5 years came from? I haven't gone back to watch it. Did y'all catch where the extra 5 years came from?
Miss
The
Love,
perjury. The perjury probably. That he didn't say what they wanted him to say. Verbatim.
Hey, Amber. Miss Sheila, I think someone in the chat wanted me to make sure you're not Adrian Love. You're not Adrian Love, are you?
Baby, I'm Sheila Green, 50 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee, Cooper and Young, baby.
Oh,
I'm not playing no games. I ain't nowhere near Atlanta.
okay, period.
Nowhere near Atlanta. But no, I mean, it just the stuff is just so simple that the prosecution is making it seem harder for the jurors to understand. But when the defense get up there, you be like, that's plausible. That actually could have happened. Them arguing over females. Shell Kell was into it with everybody.
Let me tell you something. I said Shell Kell. Baby, you probably in the best place. Sitting in the because that man was not letting up, okay?
Right. And then for his brother to be the head of an organization that somehow or another is never involved in a RICO, it's just amazing to me. I don't know.
I'm sorry. And Ariel, I just added you. I'm so sorry. I forget that I have to do something on my end too. Work with me, y'all. I'm gonna have this down packed in a little bit. But yes, I agree with you. I feel like even when Brian Steele was talking today and he started mentioning Shell Kell, the thing that really not bothered me, tickled me, I'm gonna say it again, y'all, was the fact that Moontook and Shell Kell was arguing over the same girl. I said, not all of this started. Was it Max Sharp? Max Sharp set the scene. And he said that everyone in that car had their own reasons for doing what they did when they did that drive-by. And when he laid it out, I said, now why two of them, it had, well, I ain't gonna say it had to deal with a woman because they were shooting at the lady. Can I say, I don't even know if I can say that on YouTube, but him fighting over that girl. I said, not all of this mess over a girl.
And I think Miss Love is mad that no one's fought over her before.
Oh, Miss Love too angry.
Wrong.
It's crazy that Adrian graduated from one of the top law schools, magna cum laude, and this is how she behaves. Like I can't even wrap my head around it.
Oh, when she was leaning back in that chair in the courtroom, did that not remind y'all of Fonnie Willis when she showed up at that hearing for Ashley Merchant and she wanted to be all big and bad about her little boyfriend?
I'm not gonna share
That was the way they was
because
talking.
I'm gonna have to find it. I promise. When you put that in the chat, you are so accurate with it. Funny was giving the very same demeanor, attitude. She had her hand on a chair and glasses in her hand. Let me find it.
And that's what when I say it starts at the head, when they become complacent, they are when the head DA acts like that, it is okay for everyone.
I'm not even going. I don't even have to pull it up, y'all. Look at what popped up. All I put in here was Fonnie Willis on trial. Look at that. Look at it right here. Very much giving Adrian love.
And that doggone pink. I wish they would retire that pink. I understand they AKAs, but baby, y'all are not carrying yourselves as AKA material.
Look, I said it is definitely giving Fonnie Willis. When you said that, that's exactly what. Not, I don't know if the pink. I think she had black on the day I was thinking, but she was laid back in that chair like that too. Y'all, it's crazy that pops right up. She was out of order on that stand.
Like that would. I've testified before, and the thought of ever looking like that in the witness box is, as an attorney, is horrifying to me. Like it's disrespectful to the whole. Even if you think you're there for some nonsense reason, act accordingly. You are in court. It's
really too much. Hey,
Yeah,
Ariel.
Hey, so
You got it, girl. Okay, I
finally.
you. Finally.
So today, I think everybody missed the point of what Steele did.
Mm-hmm.
Steele was not making a point to say these flyers, Jeffrey Williams traveling and all that. Okay, yeah. But he would never, as a seasoned lawyer, bring in 60 photos that says they're different, but it's representing the same thing. He did that to just mess with Miss Love. She's objecting. His main focus today was to make her so mad till almost at the end, he would say what Sledge's lawyer said. Now Sledge's lawyer is a witness. So now he can get on that stand. So guess what? Thug can't pay for everyone's lawyer, but his lawyer can help these defendants out by finding the corruption because Thug still loves these guys. So with Sledge's lawyer being a witness now, he can get Sledge out of that plea deal because the truth is gonna come out.
Wait a minute. What? How you think he's gonna get him out of the plea deal?
Because
the lawyer on here, the lawyer's on here. I don't even. He didn't call the man as a witness. I don't even know he's gonna testify to Monday.
He can cross him though, because think about it. The plea deal is so bad, and how the plea deal was given to him. That's why he's getting into the details. Oh, you were under distress when you did it because your mom was sick, you were trying to get out, it was close to the holidays. If you see, he's attacking how the plea was even given to him. That's just my perspective of it. Like, why would he just try to bring it up so broadly? Like, Steele didn't even really do anything but show pictures today.
Yeah, but I feel like just like how we were at home looking at it, he has to show his POV to the jury as well.
But
Now,
why would he show 60 pictures though? Like
he
still
didn't
out
show 60 pictures.
he had 60 pictures in that Dropbox. So he had to narrow it down. Still has never given a Dropbox with that many pictures. He's always say, oh no, I have 1 or 2 pictures for this, or I have 1 or 2 pictures for that. He's never giving a thing so large. This is his first time giving something so large.
Well,
And
I'm going to say that I don't know all the evidence that's been shared, so I can't say for certain that he's never given that, but I will say that over the screen, like with it, first of all, it's not his chief in case in the moment, but I will say he probably submitted. You know, think about it. If you're a defense attorney and Attorney Yates can probably speak to this, it would probably be a tactic to give them 60 pictures and not tell them exactly which ones. But I'm gonna admit all of them. You may not bring them all out, but let me just tell them everything I may use. And as you get closer to, your case, you start saying, well, I'm only going to use these few. But Attorney Yates, like, you can probably help us there, speak to maybe the strategy behind that, or like evidentiary rules.
Well, all of those photos, technically, only sharing it now is because the judge here wants him to do it to save time because this is lasting absolutely forever. He doesn't on cross. He doesn't have to provide anything. I
think I heard him say that when he was mad.
If this was a shorter trial, he could pull any of that up, and she would just have to object when he shows it to her. But since there's so many judges making him cut it down, but I think the 62, it was more or less he has to see which ones Sledge has seen before, and so if Sledge has no recollection of 40 of them, that knocks him down to 22. Not good at math. But it knocks him down. And so you'd almost rather have more. I would always rather have more than not enough.
Okay.
But I thought that some of that stuff too is the fact that the state subpoenaed that stuff. They subpoenaed his Twitter. They subpoenaed his Twitter record. So I also think he was under the impression that you asked for this. So 9 times out of 10, you've seen it.
Yeah.
And so maybe you know your evidence, and you're going to call out what you feel isn't admissible.
Yeah, I think he said that too, and I think it was some of the stuff that came out, especially those flyers, came from his Twitter from 14.
Yeah, those flyers also show that if he's on tour making millions of dollars, why do he need to be a drug dealer? Why he need these people out here stealing for him? It makes no sense.
Listen, it never gave enterprise to me, y'all, because like I know she struck down all the questions he was trying to ask. Like, have you ever seen Jeffrey Williams? Like, people give money to Jeffrey Williams, or did it look like he needed money? I like how he was saying it was struck down, but the jury, the question was put out there. The question was out there.
I think, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I believe when Miss Love was arguing, saying this isn't from 2015, Steele was talking about the picture that was from New Year's Eve 2014, and she was like, oh, it's going into 2015, and I'm like,
yeah.
You raggedy bitch.
Yeah.
But if she really did her case the way she did it, she would notice the difference between Thug from 2015 till the time that he was arrested. There's a big difference in that man's appearance, his hair, his piercings, everything. So there's no way she couldn't have known.
But it's one day from 2015, maybe even hours from 2015, and I think that's the whole point from the judge of just because you can doesn't mean you should. That was not a hill that she needed to die on, but it was. Every hill is one she wants to lay down on.
Well, she ain't keeping her powder dry. Maybe she need to try that one.
Her powder is soaked.
Wait a minute. So Ariel, so we got the pictures. Ariel, give me 3 best moments from today, Ariel, because I know you were watching. I know you got your notes over there. 3 best moments from maybe not best moments, but you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
That make you say,
well, I had a lot of laughing moments today when she she had 3 mics in front of her, and she was just like trying to tap on all 3 of them. And then, and then when she had her hand stretched up, like she was just trying to push that button so fast, like, and what she was doing today, she just kept writing real fast. And I'm like, what is
Oh,
right?
God.
Oh my God, what is going on? Like, calm down, baby. Like, what's going on? You leaning back in the chair. Then she talking to the judge before she trying to eject. She said, yeah, objection, cumulative, hearsay, and then she doing her hands gestures to ask the judge to help her to say what the objection is. And I'm like, wait a minute.
It was a lie, Ariel. When y'all know I'm already dramatic. So whatever y'all see had to be a second reaction. Now, most times I'm trying to watch it as trials going on to make it as authentic as possible. But when I say I kept going, what? Like I like clutching my pearls all day. It was a lot. So
And
you
when,
gave me two. You gave me two. Come on.
and when Brian Steele was like he wasn't going to that beach with her, I said, "Oh, Mr. Brian standing on business today. This real YSL Brian, because he like, nah, I just stay back here. Whatever she got to talk about don't even matter."
You and with that beef right there, and I understand she have been defaming him, but I also feel like maybe she did something to his wife because it's just so much bitterness there. Maybe Love stepped on his wife's toes the wrong way.
I
And
don't know.
as a man, you gonna stand up for your wife.
No, I feel like Brian still actually loves the law. Like you have a lot of people that practice the
Yes.
law, but he loves the law, and he feels like she is a disgrace to the law, and he just can't get jiggy with that because he loves the law. So he has no interest in even respecting her now because he see how corrupt she is. He's lost our respect to her as a woman, as a lawyer. To me,
That
I agree with
But
that because we see her take little pieces of case law and try to bend it to her will and try to make whatever she's trying to do, she tries to force it in there. And it's like, no, like you can't do that. And not very often. Well, I ain't gonna say not very often because lately, Lydia been on her. She been on her bumper a little heavy lately. But even today, we finally got that one piece in about her beliefs not being evidence, and I think that she's and maybe she get this off of other courtrooms too, where they just don't correct her, and that may taint her image with him as well.
so Brian came and talked to at a public defender conference because he started out his career as a public defender, and he very openly states that he loves the law. I mean, he reads every case from the 11th Circuit, the Supreme Court, and the Georgia Supreme Court. I mean, he has his own catalog of cases. I think that is what has really hit a nerve with him, and I don't think it has anything to do other than that, because he just truly has such a high respect for the law and what he does. And this case is just trampling over it. Not just Love, but every part of it.
But why did her little cohorts leave her at the end of the day? It's like everybody from Hilton, Atkins, and everybody on that back table left, and she's still sitting there trying to argue a point. It's like they were saying, "Give up."
Do you remember on the color purple when they hit when the fight get ready to happen? Like, oh, time to go.
She got her little pencil case.
Oh, they were
But,
gone.
and I can't judge because I've got a pencil case, but she picked up her whole stack, grabbed her pencil case, and was like, I'm leaving.
India said they gone. I think that I wanted to go back to what Attorney Yates just said. Do you guys remember when Glanville was saying that he said, I love this. I used to say I'd die for this, but I just don't like getting up. I don't know if he said I hate coming to court every day, or he'd hate if he had to keep coming to court with Miss Love every day. It was nasty. It was when Glenville was still there because Miss Love said that he did not turn over some evidence. And he talked about, I stayed in my office until 8 o'clock waiting for their investigator to come so that I can give them that evidence. He was so passionate. He looked like he was really gonna cry. I remember that, and I was just like, wow. I think Glanville. I think Miss Love, she's a prosecutor. I don't think he's really ever cared for her, but I think Judge Glanville hurt. That hurt. The fact that he tried to throw him in jail, the fact that Glanville was talking about them and almost saying that they were tampering with witnesses and they were a part of YSL. I believe that really hurt him. After that whole Glanville thing, you see, it feels like his spirit changed a little bit. He was back. He was
Well,
just quiet.
YSL Harvey need to leave his banana at the house tomorrow on
Yeah,
Monday.
I'm looking for that clip. Y'all think it's this banana?
I didn't know who had the banana. It was Harvey.
It was Harvey because they were like, she was like, get it out the courtroom. She thought it was one of the defendants, and it was Harvey's. And the deputy had to tell her it's his. She was like, put it in your briefcase now.
Wow, I was just looking for that clip. Literally,
It's at the very, very beginning.
beginning of clip. Okay.
She know that old man need his banana. Why is she playing?
Like I was saying, what if the man is diabetic, or what if something going on? He need his food. She done shut him down.
Okay, it being Harvey, having been around him before, let him have the banana. Just let him give him 5 minutes. Let him have his soft food and prepare for the day. Maybe he won't yell if you let him have his banana.
Not his soft food. Oh God.
Because see, Harvey and Steele are the appellate courts that they really go before them to argue cases. So I would understand why they need to be focused, because Harvey and Steele always come with the law.
Oh yes, ma'am.
Love them always say, Judge, can we bring it back the next day? Judge never asked them the next day for that law. So I'm still trying to figure out, where did she find this case law from when I was born in 1974 and think it's still relevant?
That's forever gonna be funny to me. That's forever. But and I know that they I was talking to someone, they said sometimes a rule hasn't changed over a very long time, because Paige came right back and in her brief, she had a case from 1938. Now I get the rule hadn't changed, but it was just the fact that that case came from 38 and you was just fighting love case. But yeah, Paige started court mad. She started court a little angry.
Baby, she hot in that robe. She got the courtroom cold. She's going through menopause. Y'all just let her have her mood swings. You know, when Woody asks her to turn down the air and she gets up and turns it down.
I said, you know what? I think Paige said, whatever I need to do
to get him through.
I stand, I'm going to do it.
But I will tell you, being in a hot courtroom, I would always rather take it cold, because being in a hot courtroom will piss you off quicker than anything else. But also, being in court every day like this truly is not just mentally exhausting, it's physically exhausting. I would rather be standing up in my office for 8 hours. Being in a courtroom every single day like that is mentally and physically draining.
It's mentally exhausting when she lets the prosecution ask the same questions 10 different ways.
But then
and the juror and the witnesses have to say, you just asked me that. When Woody told Hilton, come on now, Miss Hilton, you're doing this to yourself.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I have now got another question. So, what did you guys feel? And we'll go everybody on the panel. Take like 2 or 3 minutes. What did you all feel? 41-47. Hold on, guys. Before we do that question, they said we're gonna go ahead and show
the banana.
Yeah, we got to show this banana, because I heard and I said, what's going on with Paige? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. I have it pulled up. Let me share my YouTube. Oh, I think I shared the wrong screen, y'all. Hold up. I got it pulled up. Let me present. And I shared the wrong one. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. She look at up there sitting. She look annoyed already.
Nobody can hear. Okay, they're just trying to figure out where to start.
Pepper got a drink.
She said drinks with lids were fine. She clarified that after the banana.
Why do we have food in court again? I didn't change that rule. No food in court. Somebody please retrieve the banana and take it back to the back. Well, you can't have food in court either. We're in court right now. We're not on a recess. We're not at lunch. Put it back in your briefcase.
I heard everything except the banana. I heard everything except
Harvey already told her that he get there an hour before court starts. So Harvey has to eat something. He's old. Old people get there hours beforehand.
Oh, yeah, she was right. The fact that she walked in annoyed, I think she just was. She was tired. She was just already tired of Miss Love.
Like she wanted him to put an open banana in his briefcase. It's gonna brown before he can eat it. It's a ruined banana.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. Yeah, there was a lot.
Mel, do you think that since Love accused the defense of leaking that video, are they gonna have their own investigation to see who actually released that video of Woody interrogations?
I feel like at this point, if they were going to do that, they would have already done it. I firmly believe that side of the table believes it was the state. But Doug Weinstein said on Twitter that their Dropbox that they dropped it to, which could have been intentional, they did not have it password protected.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Doug Weinstein put that on Twitter. He said, not for nothing, but how about next time when you use Dropbox, you protect it with a password. So knowing that and people knowing that this trial was going on, anyone could have leaked it. But my money is on them. Maybe it was intentional. Retrieve the banana was insane, Elise. Insane. Brooklyn, I thought you were trying to come up to the panel. What happened, friend? You still doing your hair? Oh, Armenia says she thinks it was the state.
I'm going to drop down and let Elise come up.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sheila.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Hold on, Miss Sheila.
Yes.
What's your favorite hot wings?
Hot. Extremely hot.
No. Favorite place in the city. You're in Memphis, right?
Oh, Wing Guru.
I haven't had them yet. Okay. I'm every time I come home, I say I'm gonna go there. I haven't been yet. Okay. Next one. Favorite barbecue place. I
don't eat pork, but if I had to choose, I would say Central Barbecue.
Oh God. Bye, Miss Sheila.
Bye.
Sheila, not the touristy places.
I don't eat pork like that. So I mean,
I got beef, turkey.
I normally just go and get a portobello mushroom barbecue sandwich.
Central Barbecue, man, Miss Sheila, you know what? I really thought.
Now my niece likes Payne's barbecue, but I don't like Payne's.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse. Y'all, sorry. Listen, Crumpies. Oh, period, Kaylin. It's Crumpies.
I don't like Crumpies. Now I'll give y'all this. Crumpies do have some good fried okra. I would go for their okra.
But y'all know I've been on All Star spicy season wings. Every time I come home, I go to All Star. I have to go to Jack Purtle's. I grew up in Bunker Hill, right by A&R, so that's my favorite barbecue place.
And for Chinese, you have to go to Mulan at Cooper and Young and get the octopus salad. They have baby octopuses on top of a salad.
Miss Sheila, I don't even know what to say. Are you really from Memphis, Miss Sheila?
I am. I was raised in Cooper and Young. My dad and them have lived there since 1974.
It's probably the Cooper and Young then, Miss Sheila.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Miss Sheila, for coming
Thank
in.
you.
All
Y'all
right.
have a good one.
Bye
All
bye.
righty.
Yeah, the octopus got me stressed. In Memphis? Oh God. I'm gonna have to try it, y'all. She gonna make me I'm lying. I'm not. I really want to though, but I doubt I'd go. Okay, y'all. Yeah, okay. Miss Sheila, Kaylin, you seem like you from Memphis. Miss Sheila done pushed it with the octopus. I know that's right. Okay, y'all. So now I'm gonna throw the questions back to you guys. After today, if you guys would kind of elaborate how you feel. How do you feel as far if you were a juror? Oh, I hate when I say that word. It sounds so Memphis. How do you guys feel after today? What would be your thoughts regarding this case? Because Montunk is pretty much done. What would be your thoughts?
I will let everyone else speak first.
I would say it's still doubt. So it's still not guilty. It's still not guilty. It's still doubt. If doubt is still present, it is not guilty. You have not convinced me. The people that are on the stand are not intelligent enough to even be taking deals, to even be a witness, because they don't even know what they witness, honestly.
Ooh, it's embarrassing to see Ariel.
So it'll still be not guilty because today we didn't get any new information other than how corrupt the DA is, which we already knew that. It's just more evidence that they're corrupt. So it'll definitely still be not guilty.
Okay, look like the chat kind of going not guilty too. India says she tired of hearing about Nut. India, you know what I hate about that we so stuck on Nut that his family has to relive this every day, and there's no justice. It's been they at this point you could have just left it alone. There's been no justice. So yeah.
For me, I feel like I don't see I'm still waiting on the conspiracy right now. Based off of all the witnesses that I've seen, everybody, these are a group of guys who grew up in an area where they committed crimes. No one person seems above any other one, but they have a rich friend. And if I had a rich friend and my rich friend gonna help me, I want my rich friend to be my rich friend.
Okay.
And I just I'm not. Do I think that they may be guilty of individual crimes? Yes. Do I think that they are a criminal mastermind and they're doing things that are, um, you know, to further a gang or promote notoriety? I think they were just boys being boys.
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not convinced yet. I don't see a Rico yet. Yeah, India. I actually just looked at your comment and said the same thing. I don't see a Rico.
I think YouTube, not YouTube, y'all. How YouTube reject my comments? They say they think I'm spam.
I have to be on my phone to comment. It won't let me comment on my iPad.
Yeah.
Or
Oh, maybe because I've agreed with ISIS one too many times. That must be what it is. Because that's the comment, ISIS. Whatever what you just said, I agree with. I can't. I must. I might need to elaborate, but I'm trying to type quick, so I'll just elaborate. Yeah, ISIS.
someone who just said nut juice. I'm like, anytime someone says nut,
Is Erica in here?
that's what I think about now.
That is definitely an Erica comment.
I think it's T Wanda. Is that right?
Okay. Oh God. So we got two people, two Ericas, because Erica's gonna throw out nut juice every chance she gets. Not guilty. Say I concur. I'm gonna have to maybe do a complete sentence or something, guys. I said, how would they have my spam? It's my life. Hold on.
That's
Yeah. So Attorney Yates, how are you feeling after today?
I mean, I agree with what everyone said. It's absolutely not guilty for me. And I don't think the state. I hate the RICO statute. Period. I hate it. But I don't think they this is terrible. It's a bad case. It should have never gone forward, and I don't think there's anything other than that. I don't think they'll bring anything in that would change my mind, because they don't know what their theory is, and so the jury has no clue what their theory is. When even the prosecution comes up with 10 different ways of how this happened, then that is reasonable doubt, period. I mean, when you've got more than one theory of how something happened, there's a reasonable doubt.
That's what I think.
And even the state has their own reasonable doubt. And so how do you expect a jury to convict?
So let me ask this. Could the state stop this if they wanted to?
Bonnie won't let them.
But she could stop it, right?
Absolutely.
That's the big thing for me. If you see where the trial is going. But let me say this, because I know that we can do like a summary judgment in a civil case. But in this case, if the judge felt like, hey, you guys do not have enough evidence, this isn't going to, I saw somewhere the judge could stop this too.
So once the state rests, the defense can do a motion for a directed verdict.
That's it. That's what it's called.
So and then the judge could grant all of their directed verdict, and that would end it there. But by that point, the defense has been so concise, but then they're going to get to cross their witnesses, and sweet God. Love already takes 1,000,000 years on direct. I can't even imagine on cross. It's just, yeah, 100 plus witnesses to prove a case is, you do not need, 5 to 7, I don't know if you can say GA&G on here, but you don't need that many GA&G experts. That is absolutely asinine. Like, that is unnecessary to have that many of those experts.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sorry, let me cut you off. But doesn't she have 2 experts to identify the infinity?
Oh my God. The experts was a man who's worked at Infinity for like 20 years, she said.
And then she's got 2 for ballistics.
I believe so. I believe wait. Yes, because they did knock some people off. She had like more than one expert for the games, I'm believing.
Because I think they had maybe 7. I think they've knocked it down to 5, if I'm not wrong. And
yeah,
I could.
It was 5. Well, it may be 4 now, because whoever was Woody's probation officer at one point, they're going to use her for something else, because she said, listen, if she's just going to get up here and testify to the same things the other people have testified to, then we don't need her. Yep, India said it was 5, but I believe what was it Vivaleo or something like that? I think say it again.
Vivarito.
Yes, Vivarito. She says that they're going to have her testify to something else, not to the gang stuff.
Okay, she's still going to try and wiggle that in.
Yes, yep.
Someone said if this mistrial happens to the next group of people, they go to trial. If Fonnie won't dismiss them, or they plea, they're a completely separate case. So mistrial here doesn't affect them at all.
The Fonnie Willis thing, it was yesterday, I believe, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but from what I saw, they have to go back on the 19th. I gotta see the tech. I gotta see Gaither. Did they show Gaither on the Did they show Gaither, y'all?
I think he may have been the one that they just showed.
No, Gaither's the woman.
Oh, her. I don't think they showed that one.
I know they showed Dennis. I know today Love said once her Gaither didn't want to be shown. She didn't want to be shown, but they showing her in all these interviews.
Because I think it was because of she was worried about her safety.
They showing her all day, every day in these interviews.
Someone said we're back up to 99 because they added Sledge's attorney.
Yeah, we should be at 100, right? Sheila
Can you
Green,
hear
are
me?
you saying he, she, her, him? Who's talking?
Okay, I can find. I was being talking the whole time.
Yes.
You couldn't hear me.
Oh,
And Ariel, let me tell you this. When you were in the chat, it made me look again. I have to forget. I have to add you to the stage. Work with me. So that
Oh.
I had you just sitting there. I didn't know that I had that until I saw you in the chat.
Oh no, you're fine. I don't even know how to work it, Mel.
We gonna work it out, Ariel. We gonna get it popping. Did she drop? You dropped, Ariel. How to? Okay, so y'all talking about. Okay, there you go, Ariel. You dropped again.
It keep doing it. I'm not even doing nothing.
I don't know why I keep dropping, my friend.
well,
You
back.
two get it together.
You're back up here, and we can't hear you.
Okay, I have a question. Do you see every time we think Love cooks, and then when the defense come, it's like everything you said you missed. You left out key parts of it. You just gave us the part you wanted us to hear. That's not even the full story. That's like, as a juror, I'm like, okay, she told us this. She did tell us the truth, but she didn't tell us the full truth, and the full truth makes more sense.
I think it looks bad on her, Ariel. That's how I felt learning that Woody just came around in 2014. He knew Thug 4 months before Nut was on the live. I was really bothered by that. She made it seem like they were like these close. They were so close. I was mad about that. I was mad today about Antonio Sledge. Oh, you didn't want him to tell? I was mad about that too. I definitely, that bothers me because it feels like she's trying to hide something.
And you learn that sometimes you have to own your bad facts. And if you've got things that are quote unquote bad facts for you, get them out first and deal with them. He hasn't done that about a single thing. And so then it comes up and on cross, and then redirect, she gets up there and she's like, I promise I'm not a bad person. Whatever, not true, but nothing about her case.
So that's my question to you, Sorry. If you were in love, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Sorry. Attorney H. If you were in Love's position and you're getting ready to do this redirect, what would you redirect on?
Good.
One, I'd never be a prosecutor. If I was, I think it would be very, very short, because I think if she tries to be too long-winded, which she's going to be, you lose them. I think the only thing she needs to do on redirect is reiterate a couple points on that plea agreement and move on. I don't think she needs to, you harp on too much and you dig yourself into a hole. You go back on a couple things on that plea agreement, what he agreed to, that he absolutely could have not signed that or had his attorney ask her to change more things, and you leave it.
I have a question for you. The attorney could still get the video footage from Starbucks and prove that Love was actually taking notes and had her laptop, and she said she wasn't.
Now it's probably been too long. The video is probably deleted. Because sometimes places only keep it for so long. I don't know how Starbucks as a corporation stores it.
It was just 3 months ago.
Some places it stays for like 7 days. It all just depends on the corporation or the store. Some larger corporations, it may store longer. But I mean, if they wanted to, they could.
I think they've established, Ariel, you don't think they've established that she took notes today? Or you just want more proof?
No, well, she's steady. I feel like she denied it, and Like now we're looking at the lawyer, like as you're, impeaching these witnesses for inconsistent statements, but now your statements are inconsistent. So, okay, you said you didn't take notes, but we have video footage of you taking notes, several notes. It just wasn't one note. You had your phone out at a time, you had your laptop at a time, and you had a notepad. So, is your statement in court today under oath that you're telling the truth, or is this video footage lying? And this is an inconsistent statement, the same thing that you're impeaching your witnesses on.
So I think that would all be that would be something for a hearing. There would absolutely, if they found that out, it would be a hearing and some Brady violations.
But couldn't you see Shark come into the courtroom and ask her this love, what you want to be today? The pot or the kettle?
Oh, I just think so Ariel, like to your point. Oh God, I would have to go through my videos. Oh, this dog. I'd have to go through my videos and see what day of court this was. But Bruce Harvey did not let it go. He stood on 10.
Was that when
Miss Love took notes? Huh?
Was that when he got up and yelled and Miss
No.
That was
This
a different
was
time?
a week ago. This was during that admin week.
Okay.
He stood because Max Sharp got up and said, I have reason to believe that there may be something going on with Mr. Sledge. And Max said, I don't want to talk about it right now because I need to see if what I've heard, I need to verify it. And Bruce Harvey was like, did you take notes? Because Miss Love started stuttering. So I was like, oh God, did something Brady happen? But it didn't. But they all said she took notes. And Moonsoon got on that stage today and said she had like a notepad, a notebook, or something she was writing on. Now, she also said something about work product too. So I don't know if she's going to say that stuff was work product, but she said that too in her argument.
Do you think that since they knew well on and felt like she took notes, that when it happened, because it's strange that they even know that it happened, did they go ahead and ask for that video footage? And people, even people that work at certain places, like they'll end up giving it to you, give them a little money or say, hey, I'm here for this, I'm a lawyer. They will give that type of stuff up. So do they already have it? And that's how they can prove that she took notes.
I don't think her taking notes is that deep to get the footage. Personally,
I
feel like, huh?
It is a problem though.
She was lying.
I don't know that the video would be for me, it would be more of I'm not going to bring it up in trial, but we're going to have a hearing because you're going to get in trouble for this. We're going to have some ethics violations. We're going to have some complaints. And that's going to be on the record, but I don't know. It's a huge issue, and
she keeps having it though. I think Ms. Love has had more unethical violation concerns than any attorney in their courtroom. Now, of course, Ms. Hilton got ate up with the ex parte, but it's always Ms. Love. It's always her. And not to Ariel too. And y'all correct me in the chat. I feel like maybe Moontook has said on that stand that he loves Thug. He said that he still talks to his dad, his mom. He's probably the one who told them that the meeting occurred. He could have very easily been the person who told them.
And when DAs argue attorney work product, DAs, there is very, very little that is work product with DAs. Like defense attorneys have a whole lot more work product. A prosecutor, they have to turn over like that. She easily would have had to turn that over.
For the attorney, how many witnesses can you impeach before you say no more witnesses? Like, is it a number that you can say, ma'am, all of you, everyone keeps getting impeached, or like we just not gonna accept no more?
You want the serious answer or the answer I want to give?
Both.
Serious answer, there's not. My answer, it should have happened a long time ago, but no, they can she can let him keep going. I mean,
And I have one more question for you, Mel, because I don't know. On the witness list, is there any more people that pled out, or these are going to be civilians? Because they're not going to be able to have things over these civilians' head. So are these just regular civilians, or?
Well, one of those little D's coming up, Quindarius Zachary coming up. Which I'm sorry, y'all, Quindarius Zachary, I'm a little on the fence with him. People said, but let me say this: people said we should have been worried about Montunk. After Montunk got on that stand, and the defense definitely pulled out that his comprehension level is low, and kind of straightened up the things that the state came in and tried to do. I was like, okay, I don't feel bad with Montunk. Quindarius Zachary, remember, they have a lot of his statements. So Ariel, he's actually supposed to be next. After Quindarius Zachary, I haven't. I think Mr. Bean is coming back. The guy that was high on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming back. But other than that, area may be civilians pretty much who can probably plead the fifth if they want it. But yeah, those are the only ones that I know that would probably could hurt the case. Well, for the defense.
Is Zachary on the plea where he can go back to jail, or he's where they can only impeach him?
That's a good question, Eric. That's something we'd have to find out as a team.
Because this, other than the guy right now, everyone else had been sentenced, so they couldn't really do anything to them but impeach them, except this guy. So is Zachary gonna get up there, and if he has nothing over his head, he can just say, I don't recall.
He might have a plea, but they were talking about Garlington. Y'all, the reason I don't know if you guys remember this week when Max Sharp asked for the mistrial. The reason he asked for that mistrial is because Montunk brought up Garlington and Quindarius Zachary. Quindarius Zachary is another defendant. He has been severed. And the reason they didn't want and he's probably not going to testify. If you notice, most of the defendants, they're not testifying. So that's why Brian Steele was talking about the confrontation clause. He was just saying he's not going to be able to question him, and that's why they asked for it. He brought up Garlington. He brought up Garlington. It wasn't little D, because the other little D, Quindarius Zachary, he'll be here maybe next week. Someone in the chat one day said he had sickle cell and that he had been really sick. So we're gonna have to see.
There's another one, Sprinkle.
Yep, he's a Sprinkle is another Taylor. Sprinkle is another one of the experts, right?
I thought Sprinkle was one of the guys that was supposed to be a part of the thing.
No, Sprinkle is from the DA's office, if I'm not mistaken. He's the one that did cell phone plotting. Probably did. He testified to a lot of those Instagram pictures and stuff like that too. That's where Sprinkle came from.
Okay, well, he coming back with Bean. It's basically probably what they were saying. Because I heard those two names together. Okay.
Probably so.
So someone said, why does the defense have time frames? Technically, they don't. They're on Whitaker's time frame. And then there was one more question. Do they face jail time for impeachment? No. Unless just impeaching a witness, unless they've perjured themselves and they want to move forward with that charge, then no, they don't face any jail time just for being impeached.
I wonder if they're going to get any inquiries at the end of this. Like, are they going to start looking into their cases after what has been displayed in front of the people? Because there's a lot of eyes on this. And now people want to know what's really going on.
No. I keep doing the same thing they've always done.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really do think we may get something to come from this. It's pointing right to it. All of this stuff going on with Fonnie, this case. Like, I just think.
Well, that's the thing. I think until Fonnie's out, until it's someone different, I think she's going to keep doing the same thing.
That's why I think they're working. Do you think they're working to get her out? Hold on, chat. My camera looks a lot better, doesn't it? It could have been the lighting. It's starting to look. It looks a lot better than it did when I was back on the bed in the dark. Am I crazy or it looks better? Bean was too high to give up his testimony. But yeah, I think Fonnie, I think she better be. You know how when you know you're about to leave a job, you got to start packing your office because when they put you out, you don't want to be embarrassed and walk with all of that stuff from your desk. Fonnie better start taking some stuff and putting it in the home office. If I were her, she needs to just go and start.
Well, we
I,
saw she invested in her man. She better hope he don't leave her.
Oh, listen, but listen. I don't think she's gonna be able to run from that man pulling up like he was that girl's daddy.
Is this the mother and father?
Is this the mother and father? I was like, oh,
And that's why I feel like something gonna happen because Brian has a whole strike team behind him, and he's still out on bond. It's not just about this case; like they attacked Brian personally. So
So
this, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I will say the strike team is like any attorney. So it's GACTL, Georgia Association of Criminal Defense.
Right.
So any attorney, like if I were to be held in contempt in my county, someone in my office would go in the GACTL and get the strike. that I would have someone from the strike team come down and represent me. It's easier when they're in Atlanta because that's where the strike team is. But I will say GACTL is a very, very strong community and not something that you really want to mess with.
Yeah, that's why I think that's gonna, because Brian is. I feel like Glanville attacked Brian like him so personally that Brian is probably pulling up things on all of them. He ain't just working on Thug case; he working on his case, and he has other people working on his case. So we're gonna see in October.
it's gonna be really, really interesting. Oh, did you guys ever watch Brian Steele at the Supreme Court? Did you guys ever see it? I finally watched it and I don't know the judge's name, but I know she has orange hair. Baby, I loved her.
Oh, that's my girl.
I loved her. I just felt she was very assertive on the stand. I mean, I loved her questions. I loved her. And Brian did amazing. And the man from the state, he should have just stayed at home. He made me feel like he was sweating underneath all of those clothes. Like it was terrible. Y'all could really watch it. It was really good.
He knew that he was given an argument and they said, here you go sink in front of the Georgia Supreme Court. And he said, well, I would like to keep my job. And he had to argue something. He
tried,
and I think he knew.
What was interesting is, the whole case was basically saying that the indictment, correct me, Attorney Yates, the indictment was prepared incorrectly. Is that like the simple way of saying it?
Yes. So when you have an indictment, it basically has to say that the grand jury was the one that indicted him. And in this, it didn't say that. So it essentially made it more of an accusation instead of an indictment. And in Georgia, an accusation, certain things can be accused and certain things have to be indicted. For something to be indicted, it has to go in front of the grand jury. An accusation is something where the prosecutor can sit at their desk, type it up, and file it, and that's the accusation. So it's basically an indictment just done by the prosecutor, and not in front of the grand jury.
It was good. When they start asking, how do we know the grand jury signed off on this indictment? I mean, it was really good. Brian still did really well. He really did.
Yeah.
And you also got to see how well respected he is amongst the other judges and attorneys. Like there was a level of respect that I admired it, to be honest.
Because I will say Justice Colvin, so I, as an intern, practiced in front of Justice Colvin, and she is tough, but she is incredibly smart, and she reads, I know darn well that she read those briefs more than one. I mean, she knows exactly what she's talking about. She knows what's coming in front of her. She used to go back, and if someone was coming in for a plea and she had sentenced them before, she pulled that transcription. She was reading it, whether it was 2 or 3 a.m. before that plea. I mean, she is brilliant, and so they're not messing around. But anyone who wants to watch it, just Google Georgia Supreme Court oral arguments, and it should pop up. And it was, I believe, an August 21st date, but it was towards the end of August that you can watch the full oral argument.
So we'll. Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Whoever that was.
To the lawyer. I'm so sorry. I don't know your name, and I don't want to keep calling you just lawyer.
You're fine. Name's Allison.
Okay, hey Allison. So is that will Brian Steele and Judge Glanville and all of them go before the Supreme Court on October?
Let me look that up. I don't want to give you a wrong answer, and I don't know if that's just going in front of I don't know if it's going in front of a different Superior Court judge or if it's going to the Court of Appeals. So my phone fell underneath my couch, so I'm gonna get that and I'll look it up because I don't want to give you a wrong answer. So let me come back to that.
The only reason I'm asking because I feel like Love won't know how to answer to the Supreme Court, like how in detail they are and how she's doing those hand motions. You have to talk very fluently to them. You need to know your argument, what you're saying, and I don't feel like any of them are going to know what to do because none of them have respect for the court.
If it went to the Georgia Supreme Court, it would shock me if Love was the one that argued it.
She can't argue it. When I tell you, they were
someone else
in live time, guys, like live time, giving hypotheticals and wanting the lawyers to answer to the hypotheticals. That lawyer from the state was struggling, but Brian Steele was taking his time. He was listening. He would respond back. But it was all I kept thinking about, because people had already said he didn't do too well. I said, baby, Miss Love wouldn't survive. She would not survive. I mean, you could be dead in the middle and another judge would come in and ask a question. It was beautiful.
So the issue with oral art, like not the issue, but the difference, there's a huge difference in oral arguments and like being a trial attorney. That is the thing with Brian Steele, is he is brilliant in both. A lot of people are not good at both. Some people are either brilliant appellate attorney or a brilliant trial attorney. He does both because of his love for the law. Because he reads the law so much, he knows how to make those arguments, because you have to change your arguments for appellate and for a trial judge. And that's why a lot of people don't do both. And he does very, very well, because they will ask you hypotheticals. They'll come up with stuff and they'll say, well, based on your understanding of the law, what do you want us to do under this hypothetical? Because they want you to give them what it should be. You're asking them to do what you want, so you have to be very clear in what you're asking. I do not think she would not do well in front of
I don't think so. It was too quick. Like, it was going. Ariel, did it drop you again?
No, I'm here.
That's Taylor. It was so, yeah, it was beautiful. When I tell you I loved it, if you want to see Brian Steele in action, oh God, I loved it. And that poor man from the state, when they were like giving him the hypotheticals, and he just wasn't quick in his argument. He did not sound confident. He didn't sound sure in what he was arguing. Not like Brian Steele. Brian Steele was ready. You could tell he was prepared.
Do you not know? That's why I was saying that I don't feel like he was trying to tell Glanville that the way that this RICO is written isn't correct. And they was trying to break it down to him as hard as they could and telling him this is never being written like this. It can't be written like this. So I feel like even if it's a guilty, they're gonna lose on the same argument that still just put before the the Supreme Court, because it's not written like a RICO should be written.
Barcia, stop. That's what
Go.
Ariel. I thought, did he not send that to the Supreme Court or something? Or
So him being recused, someone filed something in the Supreme Court of Georgia, and they said this needs, like, it should have been filed in the Superior Court first. But the reason they filed it that way was to get someone else to look at it, because Glanville and the Superior Court kept saying, well, no other Superior Court judge has to look at this. It can be me.
And no, not there. Not there. Does Brian Steele have something with the Supreme Court about the RICO? He doesn't.
No, I don't think so. I think when Glanville was here, him and Harvey were arguing that how the RICO is written is not right. They broke it down and was trying to tell him, but he was like, it's different things with RICOs and conspiracies and all that. And Brian Steele was like, in his years of being a appellate lawyer and a regular lawyer, he's never seen it written this way, and the word terminology is not correct. But Glanville said it was fine. I don't think that he took it to like someone else or whatever. I'm not sure. I'm not going to speak on that, but I know he was trying to tell Glanville that, but Glanville denied the motions and all that stuff.
Maybe that's it, Ariel. Maybe that's what I'm thinking, but I don't know why I thought it was with the Supreme Court too. That's what I'm thinking. And Miss Sheila, I was about to text you that, but I'm gonna tell you that I think that's what it was. What's today? No. Okay, I'm sorry. My son sent. Why would my son send me $2 on Cash App? He is so funny. He still wants me to send him, let him use my card for Robux, but he sends me $2. That has tickled me. The ex parte in his contempt court. Miss Sheila, that's what I'm thinking about. Erica, the copy and paste is definitely go. Listen, Miss Love wouldn't be able to stand with those people, y'all. I would use a PTO day and watch that. At least Miss Love can't do it. Miss Love cannot do it, and no one will convince me otherwise. Miss Love would. All of that stuttering and stumbling she does. Let me see. I'm going to show you a clip of that man, y'all. He was terrible.
Hey, Allison, I have a question. If Brian Steele was illegally held in contempt, or however you want to say it, in a legal standpoint, if they found that Judge Glanville was not correct or proper, what would happen?
So the issue is I haven't seen. This is kind of a new issue that for me at least. I know it's happened before. I have a feeling there might be some complaints with the JQC, which is the only thing above judges. So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of leeway of good faith and what he thought he was doing, because they're unfortunately given a lot of leeway. But I quite honestly, I don't know, because judges, this isn't something that happens often.
What type of, like, will the Supreme Court ask him, like, why did you handle it this way? Why did you say this? Why did you think locking him up? What even led up to this? Like, will they even get to the point of what led to him being in contempt? Like, what were they arguing for you to say he was in contempt? Because he wouldn't give up a witness name, so you held him in contempt. So, like, is that legal because a lawyer doesn't give up the source?
So I think a lot of that's going to be written in their briefs to the Supreme Court. And so because for that you only have so much time on each side for arguments. You are absolutely cut off for arguments in front of the Supreme Court. So it's going to have to be very, very, very concise. So the judge will pinpoint things from their briefs to ask more pointed questions on. But they only have a certain amount of time to get their point across. And so I don't know if they'll get to those questions. It just depends. If it's laid out in their brief, they may not need to ask that question. But if it's not laid out in the brief, they may want to elaborate on that in the actual oral argument.
Could it affect the YSL trial?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Especially since Judge Whitaker has pretty much said after a certain time, like once that recusal motion was filed, we need to redo everything after that. I don't think so.
With Love and Hilton being called for witnesses, because I think that he said he could call them for witnesses, what would that change? Like, what would happen to them being that they're witnesses of it? Like, what's
witnesses for what?
From my understanding, I think Love and Hilton are gonna be witnesses at the hearing or something like that. I gotta go back and read it, but it's something about Brian he's gonna be able to cross Love and Hilton during the Supreme Court, or questions can be asked because it involves Glanville, Hilton, and Love of what happened.
So I will say, at the Supreme Court level, there's no witnesses.
Okay, so I'm wrong.
It's oral arguments. So it's just
you gotta be on it too.
Both parties arguing. So there won't be any witnesses. Now, if there's another hearing or something like that in Superior Court, then they can have witnesses. But at Court of Appeals and Supreme Court, there's not going to be witnesses. And Superior Court and Supreme Court are not the same. So in Georgia, you have State Court is the lowest, which is misdemeanors. And then you have Superior Court, which is felonies. And then you have the Georgia Court of Appeals, which is your first level of appellate courts. And then you have the Georgia Supreme Court, which is the highest court in Georgia. And then after that, but that's the highest court in Georgia.
So it'll be Steele and Glanville that's giving their arguments before the Supreme Court.
If Steele makes his own arguments, or it may be Ashley Merchant. I don't know who will be making that actual oral argument. Because if Steele's not representing himself on that case, then it would be his attorney. So if it may be Ashley Merchant, not 100% sure on who would be doing that. And it may not be Glanville. It may be an attorney representing him on that. So it all just depends. And as it gets closer, there will be more information on like the Georgia Supreme Court docket and stuff, where I can look that up. But I can't see anything like that right now. But it just depends who's representing them. He may not be the one making the argument.
I pulled up this clip of Brian at the Supreme Court, so you guys could see the demeanor of the guy from the state. It was a little hard to watch. I feel bad for him. Hold on, I feel bad for him. But you can just literally just type in Brian Steele.
0979, State versus Brendan Riley, Charles Jones for appellant, Brian Steele for appellate.
That the only error there is the words district attorney as opposed to grand jury.
That's kind of a big deal. So where in the indictment does it actually say indictment? Where in the charging document does it actually say that the grand jury charges the defendant with anything?
That particular quote is not in there. If I may put it up on.
Isn't that the point of an indictment?
I'm sorry, isn't that what?
Isn't that the point of an indictment, for the grand jury to serve as evidence that the grand jury has charged the defendant with a felony?
It is. And while that particular phrase isn't in there, we can look at other elements that this is the indictment here. And the most important element that I would submit is right here, where it says true bill and signed by the grand jury foreman.
It's got the right cover page.
It does, and in substance, this is part of the substance of the document. In fact, in venerable case law from this court, that is what makes an indictment an indictment, is the fact that it's endorsed by the grand jury. There's evidence here that a grand jury looked at this, that a grand jury.
I mean, isn't there equally evidence that somebody slapped this cover page on something that wasn't an indictment and you had a 4-person sign it? I mean, you could make that argument.
That's Justice Warren.
No, and the reason is because of the listing of the charges here. These charges are all specific to this case and lining up with the with each individual count.
None of which can be charged by the DA himself, but rather have to be charged by the grand jury. Correct?
There are some that can be charged by the
murder. Murder cannot be.
Right, murder cannot be.
Is there any evidence that this grand jury did not meet? I mean, is there any evidence that there was an actual defect in the grand jury proceeding?
No, there's not. And in fact, we can look at this and see that there is evidence on this next page that the grand jury did meet. And this here where it says the grand jurors, and it lists the grand jurors' names, you can see some are crossed out. The alternates are crossed out. I believe a couple of others are crossed out.
Okay, I don't know if y'all trying to watch this for real, because I'd watch it again. But when he said that the names are crossed out, I was like, I need more. I need more.
That's Judge Warren was, or Justice Warren was something in this one.
Let me tell y'all who else was good. And maybe the weekend, if we're not doing that, I might stream that. Judge Krause. She was very different to me than I like hearing what I'm reading that brief for Judge Glanville's recusal and seeing her live in court. It seemed like two different people.
And so I did the briefs were filed for the Supreme Court, the appellant brief and the amicus. Well, the amicus brief was filed on August 30th with the Supreme Court. So briefs have been filed, can't access them, but they've been filed. And that's for Steele's case with the Supreme Court.
They said they threw that man to the wolves. He didn't stand a chance, guys. He didn't. So, Attorney Yates, how does this typically work? Because for me, when I heard him say we crossed out names, I just kind of wanted more proof.
That's
because
normal.
When he said that, and I think they asked him at some point, do you have anything else that would show us that there was an actual meeting? So I felt like if you were going to go to the Supreme Court, wouldn't you bring a little more? Even though this is normal, this is what happens. But if the issue may be that the grand jury really did meet, wouldn't you bring substantial evidence, something more to add?
I definitely would have had it in my brief. I mean, I definitely would have. There should have been a hearing. The DA's office should have put on more evidence before it even got to this point. But there wasn't. And they brought the indictment thinking that this is totally fine. We've messed up like this before, I'm sure, and nothing's ever been done. So why can't we just fix it? It's fine.
Oh, that's what it felt like. Oh, I'm so happy you said that, because one of the judges actually said something to that extent. What is Fulton County like? I think he said like, what are you representing to the world if you're now saying that this is okay and this is how you put out indictments? And I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm. And that's why it's so important, because I want to it's called a motion to quash or a demur.
We learned that from was that Caleb Bumpus?
It was for an indictment for a fling or attempting to elude, and the wording wasn't correct in there, and we went to an argument, and the judge was asking the state, and they were like, well, we put this one thing, the other thing shouldn't have to be in there. It's always been fine. And I'm like, okay, well, it's not. Technically, this is wrong, and it was in Superior Court, so our judge agreed with me, and they went back and re-indicted it. But I was like, I'm going to make you do the work.
Exactly.
Like, if you are going to charge my client, do it right. And then they went back and they still indicted it wrong again. And so I did another one. And then at that point, we were already set for trial.
Okay.
We were a week away from trial when they re-indicted it. And I told the judge, if they re-indict it, fine, I'll be ready to go to trial still. And when they re-indicted it, I was like, this one's wrong. They can move forward on the other charges, but that one, which was the only felony. So the felonies were gone.
Oh.
And then we were just dealing with some misdemeanors.
Well, look at that.
So, but that's the thing is, if you're going to try and put my client in prison, do it right.
I agree with that. Why would I make it easy for you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to make it easy for you. Do it right.
That's
exactly how I feel.
I've received text messages from an officer who was friends with the U.S. Marshal that I was questioning on a hearing, and he said he got real snippy with me, and so another officer texted me, and I was like, well, he didn't have to be an asshole about it, and he was like, yeah, well, they kind of think you're a bitch, and I was like, why? Because I do my job, and he was like, pretty much. I'm like, okay, if that's why you think I'm whatever, then keep thinking that, because whatever.
Oh, Armenia said, do you think YSL is going to be a fast acquittal, or do you think the jury will be vexed?
What do you mean by vexed? Elaborate. I feel like Woody.
Maybe do you mean hung jury? Allison, how long have you been practicing? They want to know, how long have you been practicing, Allison?
Not too long.
We got to get
out. As an attorney, a little over 4 years, but I've been sworn in because I was sworn in law school. So I've been sworn in under the Student Practice Act and as an attorney for a total of a little over 6 years. So not too long, but long enough.
Long enough to see some things and hear some things.
And I've done criminal defense the whole time. That's all I've done is criminal defense from the time I was an intern to now.
I have a question, Attorney Allison.
Mm-hmm.
With the guilty verdict being so long, like it's all these overacts and this, do you feel like they're just gonna just put not guilty? Because like, why do I have to put this much thinking into a guilty plea? It's just so much I got to think about this. I don't forgot. I don't even remember this. This is 100 days ago. They proved this 100 days ago. So my notes, like even like sometimes when we write notes, we don't get in detail, and you think, okay, if I write this certain thing down, it'll refresh my memory. But being that it's been so many strikes, forget it, we being out for a month, like I'm just gonna put not guilty on everything like a test and make 100. Good old 100.
Oh no!
If
I think it's a lot.
If they're all as annoyed as we are, yeah.
Not only that, let's also operate in the mindset that they're watching this trial just like us, which is I feel like something is going to have to be done in the future, because you're telling them to be excused when they can just go home, pull up Law and Crime, and see what you talked about. Something like, I think in the future, something is going to have to be done. only because, like, maybe block those parts out. I'm not sure, but something has to be done because I don't trust them. I don't trust them. I think they've been on here. I don't trust.
Mel, imagine them being like us, like we trying to get it, like, oh my God, what happened? When they were out, it's no way they're like, why we out for so long? Like, they probably asking other people, like, when you was on jury duty, did you ever have to be out for a month? Those people started seeing what was going on. Like, I'm not gonna be left in the blind. I want to see.
Ariel,
Like,
they listening to you on lives, all on Taylor TikTok, my TikTok. They all in Miss Sylvia's live. I do not trust that jury has not been tainted. And I'm not gonna say all of them, but someone on that jury
all of them.
Stuff online. Okay, we can go with all.
Imagine turning your TV on and the news is saying today, Fulton County, yada yada yada. Attorney Love is this. I mean, DA Love is this. It's literally everywhere. When you get on TikTok, on your For You page, it's only things about when the court case is going on, and you're, like how you posting live updates. That's all over it during court. So when they get home, they refresh their page and say, "Oh, let me see what they said about us in court today."
And Armenia, I was not ignoring your question. Do I think it'll be a fast acquittal or a hung jury? And juries, as an attorney, you can never know what a jury's going to do. It's a bunch of people who are in one room. You don't know what they're talking about. You have absolutely no clue. But I know if I was in that jury room, if someone was absolutely like, they're guilty, and it was one person, I'd be like, do you really want to, do you want to do that? After all of this, after months of us being together, do you want to get hit in the throat? Because let's get us all out of here. You're the only one. I think it will just be a straight not guilty. But who knows? I don't think. I do think that they're going to have to stay in there for a couple days, even if they are very quick not guilty.
Make it look like
for a couple days to make it look like they deliberated. After how long the trial was, there's no way they can come back in an hour.
I'll be worse than the kids at school, and they be like, "Dang, you turn your paper in fast."
You can't do that. Ariel, you know how you ever been in a school and you have studied so hard, right? And you like really trying to take it. Then you look at the person who just get up. Like it's like 20 minutes and you're done with a 40 question test that quick. That's gonna be juror 387.
That would have been me, because I was like, "Hey, y'all, it's doubt all in this case. We don't have to read everything. Everything is doubtful. Let's just put not." Everything got doubt in it. They have not proven anything, so it's doubt. It don't matter. Okay, yeah, we may think he did this, but guess what? The evidence is inconsistent, so there's doubt. Not guilty. I'll be in there persuading the whole jury. Let's say not guilty.
Mm-hmm. But then wait a couple days, get lunch in the jury room, chit chat a little bit, have fun for a couple days, and because I mean and someone asked if they're paid still. Do you mean while they're deliberating? I think it was Ashley said, are they still paid?
Let me see. I saw that too.
Yeah. Do you mean now or while they're deliberating?
Can the jurors talk after they give the verdict? Like, can they talk about the case?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, Mel, you got to get one of them. We got to get us a
Baby, let me tell you something, Ariel. If you know what, forget Tick, y'all. We need to take the juror. We need to take them to dinner.
Because that's the attorneys are allowed to poll them afterwards. Like after a trial, our judge is always given instruction. You do not have to talk to anyone at all. If anyone asks, you can say, "See ya, I'm out." But attorneys may stop you afterwards to ask you, "Hey, what'd you think about this? What swayed your verdict? Or like, what? Can you tell us anything?" And some of them do talk. Some of them are like, "Get me absolutely out of here. I'm done." but it just depends on the juror. And I always, for anyone who serves on a jury in your local area, Jesus, in your local area, it is important, even whether it's guilty or not guilty. It is important. Just say a couple words to the defense attorneys who stop you afterwards. If it's the prosecution, give them the finger and walk away. That's fine.
Okay. But
the defense attorneys, just give them a couple words if they stop you. And now, if they're being rude about it, absolutely walk away. Like, do not put up with any of that. But if someone is being nice, just stop for a couple minutes and just give them a couple words, because it does help to kind of understand what went right, what went wrong, what the state did, what the defense did. It does help.
If the jurors did that with Miss Love, child, they'd be there for another 124 days.
And that's why I said the prosecution walk away.
It would be terrible if they had to really tell Miss Love what went wrong.
During the deliberations, will they have any instructions, like, say, for this evidence, is it going to be like is it going to show the instructions? Because they was given so many instructions. I don't forgot every instruction that was given, and it's so many instructions. Are they going to give them, like, okay, for these charges right here was instructions, for this it was instructions, you got, like, how are they keeping up with so many instructions? And she's talking so fast. I know they can't write that fast. You get what I'm saying?
They can ask to hear things again. And, like, so the videos and stuff can't go back with them. But if they want to see a video again, they just, like, for ours, there's a button inside the jury room that there's a red light in the courtroom that turns on. So if they have a question or a verdict, so whenever they click that, it's like, oh my God, do they have a verdict? And half the time it's a question. And they can pass a note to the bailiff and they bring it in to the judge saying, hey, they want to watch X video again. You bring them out, they watch it again. No attorney gets to say anything, but they watch it again and they go back into the jury room to keep deliberating. So they can ask to see and hear things again.
I'm saying, so, like, on Sledge's testimony, when Harvey was like, this is a good time. No, Harvey or Love was like, it's time to give the instruction. How are the instructions going to be, like, written and given to them, like, saying during such and such testimony you have in the instructions they were giving? Or are they going to have that in front of them, or when to use these instructions that they were given on specific testimonies, on all that? Like, because it's so many of them.
So I think and a lot of this depends, like, a lot of this, I hate that, because that's the attorney answer, is it depends. Since it's such a long trial, if they agree that it can go back with them, but it may be something that if they need to be refreshed, or that may be able to go back with them, I think that will probably bring more arguments come time for that.
There's so many instructions. I would not want to read that book.
That instruction she gave this week, they felt long, and I mean, I needed to. I heard what she was saying, but I'm like, I need to write this down and really figure it out, so that I can, really digest what's being said to me.
Because that's the thing, is what she said, while it wasn't difficult for me to understand, I also went to school for that.
Exactly.
Like I could if that wasn't what I do for a living, I would have been like, what? Can you repeat that 6 more times? Because I don't know what you said.
I made a video and said I'm literally lost. I had to go back while making the video to re-listen to what she was saying, because I'm like you. We're lay people. Most of them, we are lay people just interested in law. We're learning as we go, and I'm just thinking for the jury, they keep, like Ariel said, they're consistently being given these instructions,
and someone said they're not using the instructions. You're not wrong. They're probably not. There have been things that, even this being what I do, there have been things that I'm like, I have to rewind it just like everyone else because I'm like that. As Miss Love would say, very inartful.
Oh,
Like, hold on.
that's her favorite word. Maybe it was an artful.
Like,
I'm tired, love.
And then what's gonna really oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, me. I'm so sorry.
No, that's it. She's Miss Love said that this week. That's all I was saying.
Who about to write notes on all these witnesses? They got a whole bunch of characters. They are in college in a literature class studying the Odyssey. At this point, this is the Odyssey. You have so many characters. You have so many viewpoints. It's just all over the place. It's so complicated. And when I was in college and I had to write on the Odyssey, it's just so all over the place. It's this trial. It's just listen. It can everyone's viewpoint is so different, and the state is painting a picture that's I don't even know what picture, I don't know where we're going. I don't know. I think we're doing watercolors right now because it hasn't went anywhere. We're just doing watercolors and art right now, trying to paint the picture because
Not watercolor cereal.
yeah, that's exactly what it is because I don't even know what we're doing. I just hear a lot of people just talking. I haven't seen a story yet. It's just
and I've tried to do watercolor, and it's messy. It's not. It's so hard, but it's the whole thing is a mess. But someone said if they all are unanimous in it being not guilty, will the judge say no? That wasn't enough time. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, if they're all unanimous and they come back, it'll take them a second to figure out who their foreperson is, and actually go through and because they will. I do think that they'll actually, at least on the verdict form, they'll at least read through all of those. I don't think they've spent so much of their lives going through this right now. I don't think they're not going to read the actual verdict form, but so it'll at least take them a little bit, but I don't think the judge would say. Now, if they're split and they try and come back and say, we cannot come to a decision, then I think the judge would say, this hasn't been enough time. Y'all go back and keep deliberating and then come back.
If I was the jurors, I have somebody say, listen, you read everything to us. I don't even want to read it because I already got my answer. Just go read it so we can say we read it. We can talk about it. But we all know we finna say not guilty. We just gonna talk about, a couple key points in this situation. There's doubt everywhere. It's too much to talk about because we got so many witnesses. I don't know who to talk about first.
They're gonna have a board back in their jury room that looks like APD board when they were trying to figure out who is who. It's gonna look like that. Like it's going to be it's a lot of information. That's where I think the state messed up. They needed to make this where people could easily understand their story and what they're trying to say. They did a poor job doing that. Another 100 days is correct.
I mean, this isn't going to end this year. And it will. If it continues going, it will go through next year.
I want to say, Erica said, you think they were told they got to check them off? It's too much.
When a not guilty verdict is made, Atlanta gonna love them are gonna feel the effect that happened to this not guilty because they live there. You're gonna have YSL everywhere. This is gonna be big. This loss right here, you're gonna have celebrities coming into Atlanta because he's gonna do a show. Like, oh my God, that's gonna be heartbreaking. It's gonna be wild because YSL will be all over the Atlanta streets. You better believe that.
I wonder what somebody messaged me, actually, one of my followers, and said they saw Miss Hilton driving on the street. And I said, it's got to be for them hard to walk through the city of Atlanta. Because, no one's going to approach them, but just the stares, the looks they may receive, just walking through Atlanta, they are like public enemy number one right now. They better leave with an associate's degree after this trial, at least at this point. Y'all, Hilton's gonna have that baby. It's gonna look just like Woody.
And they better fire Miss Love from Emory, teaching those children, or not children, but teaching the students all the wrong law. I would anybody that she's teaching right now, I need to get their name because they would never defend me.
What is she
Well,
teaching?
I don't think he teaches there anymore, but someone commented that under one of my posts and said she's no longer there. But she was teaching at Emory. And I think she was teaching like examination techniques or something like that.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
That is the wrong one.
Ariel, you sound genuinely you sounded genuinely let down. She said, "Oh, that's the wrong one."
For real, examine the thing she's done. I would not let her defend me for a traffic ticket because she gonna come out saying, "Oh, law," and the judge gonna say, "Mel, you interpreted this wrong. This is not what this law mean." Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my God!
Someone said Hilton's the professor. Okay, so that's
it's Hilton. Oh, sorry, did I say Love? It's Hilton.
That's a little
her
bit
either.
But still.
She's not a professor anymore. I guess because of the trial, she doesn't have the time. What? Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. I thought it is Hilton. I didn't hear the name at all.
Hey,
go ahead.
Sorry, can you put the link down here? I've got to switch to my phone.
Did you see me? I responded. Do you want me to put it in the regular chat?
Yeah, because
I'll put it in the chat.
My iPad doesn't. It's old like me. It dies.
Oh, y'all, here's the link, guys. I just posted it again.
Mel, the thing that's wrong with Hilton is you could tell Hilton is trying to prove herself in all her areas of life right now. Like she's trying to prove herself as a lawyer. Then it seems like she don't really got her personality together. She was this girl that no one really cared about because she's so defensive. Like when you're confident, you're not that defensive, and she is so defensive in there. You could just tell. Even Woody, like when he said she was on the wall, like she was somebody on the streets. She don't even know her identity.
Girl, when I can really see her trying to appeal to Woody. That's what's so funny. I can see her trying to appeal to Woody. I wonder if she was talking like Miss Love sounded when she was reading those lyrics to songs.
I can't believe it because you see her hands, how she be doing them now when she be talking to Love and she just be like pushing. You know how you be like, go ahead on, how you do your hand like that. She
like
always
this?
No, like I don't. Yeah, she be doing that when she writing or she's trying to explain to Love why she's arguing something. She be doing her hand like that. It's like so dramatic with the hand gestures. I feel like she'll act wherever her environment is. That's what she'll adapt to. She just doesn't be herself.
Ariel, look, they said Woody works her to pieces. I think Woody got that lady having PTSD.
Woody said, "Yeah, you acting like somebody from the hood." From like
yeah,
my
he
home.
said, talk to me like you was talking to me back there. I'm like, girl, what was you saying? Let me hear it.
But that's the thing about Hilton is on some level, especially when she's not in court, it seems like she's able to have a good relationship with her witnesses and then it doesn't translate into court because she speaks with them differently, but it seems like she's able to connect with them outside of court, which is why it's so disappointing to see that it doesn't translate into court.
I think I understand what you're saying because I feel like you saw that in the ex parte transcript as well. She was trying, like, didn't we telling Woody, didn't we connect? Didn't we do this? And he like, no, because ultimately I think what Hilton needs to understand as well as Miss Love, like boys, women and men from the streets, from the hood for real, I don't care how much you think you can appeal to them, they're still going to look at you as if you're the police, you're out to get them. And I think Miss Hilton, for some odd reason, I think she felt like she got to Woody.
And then
I do.
it seemed like she felt betrayed when he didn't go her way on the stand.
Who Woody was spinning her so bad, and she
Oh,
bad.
y'all know what day I felt bad for her though? When she got back from being out of town and her voice was gone. That day, I said, Lord, the lady not feeling well, and then here go Woody. I just feel bad for her that day. I feel bad for her that day.
Woody said Miss Hilton. He loved it, Miss Hilton.
Yeah,
Not
Miss
Miss Hilton.
And what does Motu
Yeah,
now
Miss Love.
Miller LUH. What do you say? I honestly don't know Miss Love. I don't know Miss Love.
And don't let the defense object. He will say, I told you. I told you. I'm like, oh,
He's sitting up there agreeing with them because they'll say something. He goes, mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
no, what's even funnier is he knows to stop, but he will look up at Paige. Like, yeah. I said, Moto, what is going on here?
but he'll look at Love and see if she's gonna object. He's like, and I'm like, hold on. He's looking at Love like, can I answer? And then when they object and they're talking, he's looking at Whitaker and he's like, can I answer? I'm like, this is just a whole thing.
Moto, yeah, when he looked up, oh my God, that it's gonna forever be funny. It's him. It's when he first got up there, you could tell he was like ready. He was telling Miss Love. He said, "Well, Miss Love, that don't make sense because just because it's there, that doesn't mean Mr. Jeffrey Williams." I said, "Okay, Moontoon." Then the fact he kept calling Thug Mr. Jeffrey Williams. What? What
And
is going on?
someone just said, you said overruled. Accurate when and that's why he understands he's not an idiot. He understands the system. And so as soon as she said overruled, he went, all right, and started answering. And she's like, no, I meant to say.
Y'all talking about today when there was a confusion about.
Because he just went to answering and she was like, oh, no, that's not what I meant to say. And he's like, well, you said I could.
Well, listen, Moontoon. I said Moontoon is. People say they miss Woody. Moontoon giving you some laughs up there too. They say he be so thirsty.
listen, Mel, why is Woody at the law school yesterday? I said Woody is in
Girl.
the law school.
But you know what? I'd love to know what they spoke to him about. Maybe it was his life. Could have been the justice system, how the justice system has impacted his life. I would love to know why. I think that has to be the angle because what else would he be talking about?
I think they called him over there to see how he, with a criminal like you, how are you finessing them? Like they are trying to get how Woody out here spinning them. Woody done spit the justice system. They inviting him because they are trying to learn his techniques.
But I think they
in my trial they said
he can also talk to some like the ex parte and things that they did to where anyone who wants to go into criminal law, being a defense attorney or a prosecutor, what to do and what not to do, and things that weren't put out into the open, and how he feels about all of that and kind of how it was handled. Because I do think that's important for law students to hear about how all of that was handled. I think he's a whole ass case study because I mean this is all happening in real time, and I think things like this as a law student are so important to watch and to hear because a lot of case law is going to come out of this. And I think you've got some really good lawyering, you've got some really bad lawyering, and I think you learn from all of that.
Do you think they can use? I think they could use a Woody, put him on the stand like they in class, and use Woody as a witness, and they cross-examining him. I feel
They
like
said
that's
he had a mock trial yesterday.
Honestly, because it is a skill to know how to handle a witness like that. And so many people get up there, a lot of prosecutors, we've seen that here, they get flustered when they have a witness like that and they don't know what to do. And then they are completely sidetracked and derailed. And so it's, I think, very important.
do you think it's being another lawyer like Woody, or you think Woody is like the witness that really spin the world in the case? Have you ever seen a witness like Woody?
Yes and no. His testimony, I've never seen a witness like that have their testimony go on this long. But I have seen witnesses act like that. But I think he is an extraordinary case because it went on for so long.
Wow. Do you feel like this case lets the witnesses, like, a lot comes from the witness, that like the corruption, and the other side being able to just break every single thing down brick by brick? Like, have you ever seen that happen in a case where the prosecution paints this picture, and then when it's time for the defense to come back, they break it down because the prosecution left so much out, but the defense actually has the people on trial and they know the truth to everything, but the state doesn't know the truth. They're just assuming fact, but the defense knows the truth from their clients. So have you ever seen a case where it's just getting broke down brick by brick every time the prosecution presents a witness?
Yeah. And there are times where the state absolutely knows the truth, but they don't care. Because it doesn't work with their story. But absolutely, because there are times where prosecutors will bring in a witness will say that didn't actually happen. I don't want to testify, and that's their only witness. Because again, this is just a very long trial, but with a single defendant, say a single defendant and a single alleged victim, that alleged victim can say that didn't actually happen. I don't want to testify, and they'll say, well, we're gonna put you under a material witness warrant. Like you have to come testify. And they get there and they're like, that didn't actually happen.
Oh wow.
I didn't
Okay.
do that. This person didn't do that. And it completely invalidates all their story. But then the state has to say, well, back on this date with when you went to the police and you called, was it true then or is it true now? And it's a whole thing like what's happening here. Were you lying back then or are you lying now?
Can I piggyback off of what Ariel, is this Ariel talking, asking a question?
Yes, I was asking, and Attorney Allison was answering.
Okay, because I want to piggyback off of what you were asking, because you asked a couple of my questions. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Um, I want to piggyback off of what Ariel was saying, and what is this going to do? Why does it seem like that Love is up there trying to solve cases, and at the same time trap them up in what they're saying? And is it possible for her? I know they said they weren't releasing Woody yet. So it's almost like she's trying to get between Monk Chunk and Woody everything trapped up and like solve, well, who killed, what can happen from that? They can all go to jail, right? Or will that prove the RICO? But they're not in the RICO, right? That's what I'm kind of
They're
confused
not in this.
about.
Well, Sledge has already pled. Woody's not in this indictment. They gave him immunity. The only way that Sledge can go to jail is if they file to have his probation revoked. And they say that he didn't testify how he should have. trying to make sure I understood your question fully.
Okay, I don't want to try to confuse you because I
No,
was
you're
trying to
fine.
piggyback a little bit off of what she was saying. To me, and it just might be me, but it seems like she's trying to solve the case of who killed Nut as well as make them both look like they're lying, like make a conflicting story so she can have an arrest or a win. Like since they're not part of the RICO, what is her? I'm not quite understanding what she's doing. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if I even understand what she's doing, to be completely honest. I mean, because it doesn't make sense. She's trying to say that one of these defendants in the indictment committed these,
But it
you
doesn't
know
have to
what?
do with the RICO. It's still not going to hang the RICO charge if one of them did it, right?
Oh, I'm talking about one of the defendants. Because she needs to show that one of them committed it in furtherance of YSL. And but I don't think, because I don't fully understand what she's doing. I don't think she fully understands what she's doing. I think she gets halfway through a sentence and confuses herself, and then has to move her hands to ask the judge for help. The reason that they didn't, so I will say, them not dismissing Woody did not shock me. Just because if there's even the potential for wanting to call them back, you're not going to release them. You're gonna keep them under subpoena, because as soon as you release them, they're done.
Yeah, they're not going to come
So
back. And how
yeah,
do you feel like, as an attorney, what will this case do to the criminal justice system in Georgia, if anything?
hope it does something. I'm not super super hopeful. But I hope it just sheds some light onto the things that prosecutors do. And there are reasons why people take pleas. Like when they spoke about the Alfred plea, those do happen often. Plenty of people take pleas just to get out of jail. And my problem with that is the prosecutors and judges don't fully understand. If you're willing to give someone a straight probation offer, why are you so opposed to bond for someone getting out? Knowing that it's going to take 2, 3, 4 years to get your case resolved. There's such a backlog, and prosecutors don't look at their cases, a lot of them, because ultimately they control their caseload. Whenever prosecutors say, "Oh, I have so many cases, I'm so busy," I don't feel bad for you. You control your caseload. Maybe don't indict so many bad cases when you don't have anything, and pick and choose what you're going to do. So I'm hoping that again, I don't think it will, but I'm hoping it makes DAs kind of take a closer look at charges that they bring forward, and what happens when you bring bad cases. And that's, prosecutors do want people to plea, and that's the problem, is discovery gets turned over so late in someone's case. It could be years before a
But
case is
who's
getting
getting
resolved.
justice? Nobody's getting justice. I myself,
Exactly.
and I'm not there, so I don't know. But me, I feel like it's a music label. I think this is all a waste of time and money. But who's getting justice? Like, no, the family, that's the only thing I'm thinking about is the murder. If he had a bunch of thugs around him, they need to all individually do their charges. But nobody's getting justice. It's just like, I want to
Yeah.
win, and that's it.
And that's unfortunately, I think it's not the mindset of every prosecutor, but it is the mindset of some, and that's
they're being told their conviction rates needs to be a certain thing. I don't think anyone's going to get justice from this, even if something were to come out of who did the unaliving. I still don't, because there would still be doubt in my mind of who actually did it. And it wouldn't actually be justice. And I don't think anyone's getting justice from this. The community's not safer with any of these people sitting in jail. It's a waste. I agree with you on it being a waste of time and a waste of money.
Okay, that's all I had. Because she asked most of the questions. She asked, Ariel was asking the questions, and I was piggybacking off of that. But that's Ariel asked most of what I was thinking about. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Armenia. Am I saying your name right? Is it Armenia?
Beautifully, and yes, you have it exactly right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And going off of that,
Thank you, Taylor.
When Armenia said that she thinks it's just a music label, I don't disagree. I think while all of them were committing maybe individual crimes, none of it was in furtherance of, I don't know if of the GANG. None of it was in furtherance of that.
I agree with that too. You know what I really believe? I believe that YSL may have truly started as, I don't want to say a neighborhood G word, but I want to say I believe it truly started in the neighborhood. And me formerly, well, I'm always going to be an artist. Been an artist myself. I know that long before you become famous, long before you become a big artist, you name whatever your label is, you start going by that name. So if it may have started that, but when he said, when I get big, when he started rapping, he may have said, you know what, YSL the label. I definitely feel what Tick said, that it may have started as that, but it evolved. I firmly believe that with every being in my body do that. Were they still moving probably like one? Probably, maybe. They may have been moving like that. And when I say that, I'm saying moving as not in furtherance of anything, but always together, having each other's backs. I'm talking in those terms. Because when my neighborhood, we used to scream my neighborhood when I was younger,
Yeah, but if you get it from the dirt, you know what I'm saying? You're not just going to be a millionaire and forget everything.
Yep.
Like they say, Doug, he does a lot for his community. You're not just going to forget about everybody. You come from nothing and you get millions. Like, you're not just going to leave and be like, goodbye. No,
And the
I
thing
just,
is they can be a GANG like that. They can, that is, if that's even what it is or what it was, okay. But if none of the crimes were committed in furtherance of that, then you don't have a case.
That's the problem. That's what I haven't seen them show me. That people like Miss Love did all of that talking about Moontunk and that drive-by and making him sign that stuff. And I thought they did a great job bringing out the fact that, like Ariel had been saying, well, those aren't their statements. They did a great job bringing that out in front of the jury today. And not only that he had no input in those statements, how desperate he was. I think they did a great job of doing that as well. But I just don't feel like Moonton, like that drive-by, it definitely sounded like they had their own motivations.
The fact that Max Shart explained his plea to him better than I think anyone else ever has.
Yes.
It's kind of a problem because I think Max understood that plea more than the state and anyone else did.
Hey, Nene, I didn't see you pop in here. Hey, girl.
Hey, Allison, I have a question. So, Young Thug isn't charged with any M, right? I'm looking at his charges and I don't see the M charge.
No, I think they said
I don't think so.
Okay, so the reason he told them to do it.
But that's what I'm That's why I'm very confused, because if you order a hit, they charge you with it because you ordered it. So how isn't he charged with that? So if he's the head honcho and he calls the shot, if you're trying to prove that he told them to go do that, how isn't he charged with the M? Or except, like, I don't
Does
get
that
that.
go with the conspiracy? Is that what is conspiracy on his? I haven't read it. Is conspiracy, is that on his too?
Yeah, everybody has count one.
So, and I really should pull up his indictment.
Yeah, everybody's on. While we were breaking right there, guys, y'all wanted to see Woody before he left, and I got it. I'm gonna show it to you guys.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Hi, Ashley. Yes, Ashley, I'm happy you found us, girl. We've been over here. We're gonna be off in a minute because clearly y'all love me just as much as I love y'all, because we've been on here 4 hours. We've been on here almost 4 hours, Ashley. Not even including we left TikTok and came over here. Okay, y'all. I'm about to share the screen. Thank you. Shout out to Taylor. She found this for us. I got it pulled up over here. This is Woody leaving court. Oh, hold up. Let me make sure it says share.
And you called Jeffrey Williams, and the police can listen. Did that happen?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right, does
Thank you,
anybody
Your Honor.
else have questions? Follow-up questions? Nope, everybody? All right, Mr. Copeland. Is he released or just excused?
He'll be excused for right now, Your Honor.
So he's excused, he's not released.
What is, like, what?
Mr. Copeland, you are excused. It is,
Oh,
I guess, possible that you might be called back, but until you hear otherwise, you don't have to come back here again.
It's not over with?
Well, your testimony for right now is over with. The trial is not over with, but you don't need to concern yourself with the rest of it. But as I understand, he's still under subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Engelberger, thank you again for your willingness to step in here for us, for the court.
I said he wouldn't.
You may be, and obviously stand by as well, because he's not released, but yeah, we would let you know and give you all both some heads up if he's to be recalled. Thank you. What? Okay, thank you.
What was he yelling
about? Jamish.
Taylor, what was he yelling by the door? Taylor, let me rewind it. I don't know what he was saying.
I think he said something like, "How y'all gonna catch me?" or something like that.
Yeah, someone I think said that, like, if they can find me, or I think, I don't know what I hear, but
Let's see.
All right. Jamish, short. Okay. And Mr. Engelberger, thank you again for your willingness to step in here for us, for the court.
I said he wouldn't.
You may be, and obviously stand by as well, because he's not released, but yeah, we would let you know and give you all both some heads up if he's to be recalled. Thank you. What?
okay, how y'all gonna tell me?
I think he was, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
How y'all gonna tell me is what it
All right,
sounds like, and then his attorney said, "Judge, I got it."
Sure.
Okay, yeah. Sounds like that's what it was. How are they gonna tell him?
Hey, Allison, I'm reading the charges and I don't see anything that would charge.
Nah, he's got 1 in 56. So the one is the It shall be unlawful for any person to conspire or endeavor to violate any of the provisions in subsection A or B of this code section. A person violates this code section when he or she, together with one or more persons, conspires to violate any of the provisions of subsection A or B, and any one or more of such persons commits an overt act to affect the object of the conspiracy. And that is, it shall be unlawful for any person through a pattern of racketeering activity or proceeds derived therefrom to acquire or maintain, directly or indirectly, any interest in or control of any enterprise, real property, or personal property of any nature, including money.
So I have a question. If Thug is found guilty, will he be charged with the M?
No.
So he,
Well, I mean, that's unless they have evidence that he did it. No.
But so that's why I'm trying to figure out. Okay, say for instance, if I call a hit, if I still will get charged because I ordered the hit, right? That's what I'm saying. How is he not being?
Well, because they haven't shown anything. He's not charged with him. I don't know if they've shown anything saying that he
ordered it. Yeah.
I mean, I don't. So just because something is in furtherance of YSL doesn't mean that he necessarily ordered something. It just means that even if they did it on their own, if they did it to further the YSL or bring more notoriety, so I mean, it could go for that, but I think the defense has done a very good job of showing he didn't do it to further YSL. They all had their own motivation for doing that. They didn't have to do it there was no need to bring more notoriety. They were already going on these tours. They were already making a bunch of money. They didn't need to bring any more notoriety to YSL. That wasn't necessary. They had their own reasons for doing it on their own.
Yeah, I think you are so right. One of the things I have loved the most is a defense, Brian Steele especially, kind of separating Thug, saying how much money he had. You've seen him take international trips. He's doing shows all across the United States, because who would believe Thug has people out here? First of all, today, Muntu got here selling dime bags. What will his dime bags contribute when this man is making $100,000 a weekend?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're absolutely correct in that observation. I think that's right.
When you say in furtherance of the G, what would the M in furtherance?
So what they're trying to allege is that it was a rival G, and that they committed this unaliving against a rival G member, to basically bring more notoriety to YSL because it was a rival G member, so that no one would mess with them, to show their power. That's kind of what.
Well, remember, Allison, that's it. But now when you factor in Rich Homie, it gets deeper. Their storyline is the reason Nut was unalived is because Birdman wanted Rich Homie to come and join and sign with Cash Money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rich Homie was already signed to, think it's a game over there. Nut was supposedly his manager and standing in the way of Rich Homie signing to Birdman. So what they did was unalive Nut so that they could bring him over to, this is their story. It sounds really all over, but that's their theory, that's how Thug ties in with everything. So increasing the notoriety of YSL would have been eventually getting Rich Homie over to over there, or at least stopping Rich Homie and promoting Thug higher. So that's how the music part tied in. But did you guys catch today that Birdman, Nut, Thug, everybody was at the studio hanging out days before. And I'm not saying that people don't fake it, right? But the state has led that there was this beef well before, a few days before Donovan Thomas was unalived.
Mhm.
But did you see how Paige at the end was like, well, people don't like each other all the time and they still perform together? You didn't even need to make that comment. Like you working for the prosecution. That's what I'm talking about. You didn't even need to make that comment. He was bringing it forefront of what he was trying to get to, and she kind of shut it down immediately.
Well, the thing is she made that argument, but what the state was saying was that at a certain point, she didn't say they had issues with each other. Love was saying they stopped hanging with each other. And so hanging and liking each other is totally different. So the state was saying after a certain point, they no longer were hanging around each other. Well, what the defense said shows that that's false because they were hanging around each other. That's different than at a certain point, they hated each other. That, to me, that's totally different.
Alicia, anyone that's up on the panel, help us out right here because I definitely saw that video. Now, they said it was posted before January 26th of 2015. Now, Alicia, what I do remember is that Mutu was posting that video going back and forth because him and Michelle Kell were into it about that girl. I do remember that, but did you guys pick up that it was posted before January 26th?
No, but Love did.
I mean, they said 7. 7, that, listen, I got a 7. That's very possible. Look, you got to think about it, man. That time, y'all think of the time. Do y'all know how hot Rich Homie was back then? Man,
I was in college.
See, like 2014, Rich Homie. Y'all, what clip are you guys wanting to see? Let me put it in the chat so that we can find it. Oh, ISIS.
So Woody did have Nuts peanut chain. And don't remember, he didn't steal anything. The door was unlocked.
The door was open.
He didn't break into anything. Door was unlocked.
Yeah, I wonder, but let me tell you what I think. I think some of these witnesses had really great attorneys who the state must have, like, we can probably prove it without them because none of these, like, why wasn't Rich Homie on the witness list? Like, he was on the list, but he was never going to be called. What's his name? Think it's a game, baby. He walking around Atlanta. Why didn't you call him? He would have been like a perfect part. It was his studio that was shot up. Why didn't you have him come up?
They didn't think anything through. At all.
He told police Nut ran off. Okay, y'all. They said the clip of Steele debunking the video. Okay. That's from today. That should be easy enough. Yeah, I bet Mr. Sledge, because he seems like he tries to be respectful. I think Mr. Sledge is a little embarrassed when they show him doing all that cursing.
I'm just interested to see what the state's trying to get out of Sledge's attorney.
Me too.
And why did they get so much time, but they cut the defense short?
Because that's what the judge wants to do. It shouldn't be happening because, again, Love gets to take 3 hours and spin it into 3 days, but the defense gets cut off after 3 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get either, y'all.
Do you feel like Steele made love. I just feel like he just made her so mad that she would try to prove her point. If he says that lawyers told him something and she's saying that it didn't happen that way, I feel like he made her so mad. So she's trying to prove a point to like for herself, not the case, just for herself. Like she's calling him as a witness to see, "Oh, I didn't say that, did I? I didn't do this, did I?" And I feel like that's gonna be her downfall. Something is gonna come out that shouldn't.
The thing is he Love's gonna. I have a feeling she's going to try and videos from me in college are embarrassing, so I get it. I get that. Um, I, she's gonna try and elicit testimony that is absolutely attorney-client privilege and is stuff that should not come out. But she's gonna try. I have a feeling she's gonna try and do that.
Now, if they demand a mistrial if she does that, then what happens?
Well, hopefully, Attorney Wright says that's attorney-client privilege. I'm not disclosing that, and that's absolutely valid, and he does not have to.
He a little slow. I would not hire him. I wouldn't. He would not be my lawyer. He's not objecting to nothing that's happening on the stand. Things that isn't even in his client's plea that his client shouldn't have to answer. He not objecting to nothing.
So I will say I have conferred with a colleague, and I don't think he can. But I think that is where you prep your client beforehand, unless they're asking about privileged information. He can probably say, "Judge, can I have a second to talk to my client?" But I don't think he can object to anything that's not like that. But that's where you prep your client beforehand to say, if if there's something like X, Y, and Z, you say, "I can I talk to my attorney?"
I'm like,
And then,
look, I'm
oh, go
not an
ahead.
attorney, but yes, Ariel, I heard that too. That you don't need a lawyer to be a witness at a trial, but for people like Sledge, Woody, they need attorneys because hell, they need to be protected on that stand. And I do think that Sledge has done this more so than Woody, kind of saying, "Can I have a moment to speak with my attorney?" When he got like too confused, or they're there for those reasons, but you don't need them to be there. So I didn't know that because I'd never heard of a witness having a lawyer, but it makes sense for people like them, in their circumstance.
It also happens when like he's being questioned about something that he was represented on. And so stuff like that is for that plea. And if it's a condition, like if I have a client who is pled and it's a condition that they testify truthfully, if when that trial rolls around, that would be something that I would be there for.
He give me love vibes. I feel like him and Love are the same. They don't know much.
They homies. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Ariel, you taking all my stuff.
Cause he is the out like his demeanor in the courtroom. How he it's just not giving you a good lawyer. Like how you look, the suit, how he carries himself. I would just fire him out immediately.
I believe that's exactly what Love is used to. Her homies, like people playing out. I don't the way that she's conducting herself with the way this trial is going. I don't think she has had like big dogs in the courtroom. I think everybody playing out, and she's used to getting her way because there's no way. Like when I originally talked to you, Mel, and was saying, "Is this a joke?" I'm serious. Like I'm still looking at it and all. Like, is this a joke? Like, I've
It's
never, in all
giving
the trials I
very,
watched,
I'm sorry, it's giving very jokey. I get you.
And that's I know I can only speak for myself, but like there are prosecutors that I went to law school with, and so you do have a relationship with them. But I make it very clear that when it comes to work, it's what I say to you, it's not personal, but you're not going to do a single thing that is going to negatively impact my client, period. And if that means us arguing constantly about things, so be it. But I'm not if someone can't separate work from personal and understand that just because we may be not acquaintances outside of the courthouse, I'm there's nothing that's going to keep me from representing my client. But us being acquaintances does not mean I'm going to try and get my client to do something just because I don't dislike you. That's
Now,
never
are
going to
all of them
happen.
for the state though? Like, because that I still don't get to 30 years. I would have flipped that table over and probably knocked somebody in the head if they'd have gave me that. Like, is it for the state? Like, because that's still a win for the state, right?
I mean, he pled, so I mean, it's still a conviction. The issue with him is, I think I would need to check and see if he falls under the career criminal statute, or if they were treating him as a recidivist. Because if you treat someone as a recidivist, that means you do every day to the door. So if they were treating him as a recidivist, then you got to think a little bit more about a plea, depending on the evidence they have against you. If they don't have anything against you, great. But if they have you dead to rights on a gun charge and you're under recidivist, under a sub C, then you're going to do every day of that to the door. You're not going to parole out at all.
Okay.
You're
Yeah,
going to
that's
do every single day. So there
okay.
are a lot of things to consider and think about. But I don't know if I know someone has said he's a career criminal, but I don't know if they would have treated him under that section. I don't know. So there's a lot of that goes into it. I don't know if that was done here.
Can we look up the lawyer's winnings? Like, how many cases has he won and how many has he lost? I just got to look at these ratings. I have to.
I mean, you can look at his reviews on Google, but I don't know if there's a way to look up
How many cases?
exactly what he's done.
I'm with Ariel. I know I understood everything exactly as you said it because you're right. If it's a career criminal, it does put it on a different aspect. But just go on and give me some years then. And 30, and somebody added another 5 on there. I didn't quite get that. Um, Work was getting in the way today, but somebody was saying about 35 years after court today. So
I mean, 30 years is, I mean, I've seen it happen before. I've handled things where people were sentenced years ago and it was a 40-year probation sentence. I mean, it's a prolonged prison sentence, essentially, because they're going to violate. But if he keeps his nose clean, but again, for someone who has sold even small amounts of marijuana, who's sold all their life and done things, it's a matter of can he.
yeah, but
Even
he's in his 40s now. He owns his own business. I'm hoping for the very best for him that he can keep his nose clean because with the way that they're doing, it seems like they bullied a lot of them, like picking them up on extra stuff. Of course, Woody lies a lot, so we don't know if that was the actual truth or was there some crimes involved. But I believe people can change, and he old enough to where
absolutely.
he needs to.
So is he only gonna go on probation when like that's the maximum sentence of the probation, or he's gonna actually have to serve time?
Depends if they file something to revoke his probation based on this plea, then he can be revoked to prison.
So can a prosecutor violate your probation, or only your probation officer can violate your probation?
They're one and the same. If the state files something to do that, they can, and they can even if they want it for the probation officer, they can say you need to file a violation of probation because it's part of his plea. But then ultimately you make arguments, and that's why the state said in the thing that they would recommend to the judge that he serve the whole thing. Everyone makes their recommendations and arguments to the judge, and then it's up to the judge. But we see how the judges have handled this thus far. So I wouldn't have much hope that he wouldn't at least do some time.
Is it Whitaker that's going to be the judge?
I think it would depend. It
Because
wouldn't necessarily have to go in front of her.
I feel like if it's her, being that she was over the case, she may say, especially if Thug them are not guilty, she may say it was so much wrong with the plea and how things went. She's just gonna say he didn't violate.
And I don't know, because I don't think any of that would happen until after the conclusion of this trial. But I think it would. I don't know how Fulton County divides their cases up. Each county does it differently on how they assign cases to judges. So it could go to her. It could go to a completely different judge.
So it's not based on the entirety of this case. So if all the guys are in the case is found not guilty, will that still affect? He can still do those years?
Mm-hmm. Because Ms. Love can say that he violated his plea agreement and didn't testify how he should have, and still file to have his probation revoked. Mm-hmm. Now, if they're all, which I don't see this happening, but if they're all found guilty, she may not think it's worth her time, because then the defense attorney could say, well, they all got convicted. He must have done something right. But so I think there's good arguments, even if they're found not guilty, that he testified how he should have. But that's all left up to the judge for probation.
Allison, can you see the question that's pinned up top? And before you answer, in the chat, I found the clip with Shell, Kel, him and Trivia and all that. What part were we looking for? Because I promise, I know I was looking for that clip, but I didn't know if y'all wanted to watch that whole thing over or a part from it. But yes, this is a good question, because Brian still seemed to really feel like she was testifying.
And sorry, I'm blinded on my phone. Is Love saying the young man in the picture were no longer cool? I don't think she should have said that at all. So I would argue that, yeah. Because I don't think it should have. Derek Wright is his name. I don't think that she should have said that at all. I think it should have been absolutely improper. Hopefully that answers the question. If it did not, let me know.
Mia, don't be Kayla. Read it. Eric, are you talking about your I'm sorry. I forgot she swapped to her phone. So and hey, everyone that's probably left, come back in the chat, because we've been going for 4 hours at this point. Like I said, clearly y'all love me just as much as I love y'all. But y'all not reminding me. I have a clip with Moontoon and Trivia. What were y'all trying to see from there? Do y'all remember? Oh, I know what clip. Never mind. That ain't what y'all wanted. That video of Brian. Y'all want, and it wasn't Brian Steele's Max Sharp. I thought, trying to bring up the video about him and saying that it was to Kel. It wasn't for anything with YSL. Look at that. It just took a minute. But yes, I have that pulled up, but I'm gonna let it play so I see that video. And can Trivia, y'all can yes, you just put it up there. Oh, Erica, I put it up there and let Allison know. Yep, it was Max, y'all. It was Max up there. So that's what part. I just want to make sure because I was a little lost.
So I saw it up there, but I didn't want to be like like this. People being like, "Why the fuck is she so close to her phone?"
I was putting it up there so that I wouldn't forget to make sure Erica reads it. Y'all still debunked the video, Ayana? Okay. So that means Brian I thought Max did it. I know Moontoon gotta feel crazy with them videos.
The DA's office could also, if they think that he committed perjury, have a completely different charge for that. Sorry, I was just responding to a comment that I happened to pop up.
Now, if they choose not to put him in jail and he somewhere along the way get in trouble, do they add time to it or do they just put him in jail for the full time? Like, for example, if he does a year, no problems, but then ends up with something petty, do they add that year back and he goes back to 30 years probation?
No. So the time that he does counts. So they don't
Okay.
add any time back. So say he does a year and the judge revokes him in full, he would have 29 years. But judges also have the option to revoke partial time and not in full. So judges can just if he violates in a way that was bad but not horrible, judge can say, "All right, I'm going to revoke you 3 years," and then you go back on probation. Then they go to prison, do a little time, come back out, and keep serving probation.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I thought I'm not on mute. Seven said trivia be out here knocking people out. Let me tell you something. These real Atlanta women, baby, they are not to be played with, it sounds like, because I'm sorry, ain't no way I would have been hanging around Montook or Shell Kell. Stay away. And Trivia was dating both of them, child. Listen. No.
But the fact that Sledge was so honest with that, because he was like, "I'm not trying to embarrass you."
That was, I
But
know.
y'all were dating him at the same time?
Look,
and
she
like,
at the same time.
But he was real honest. Like, I think the fact that he was so honest about certain things like that also shows the jury, like, okay, he's not completely BSing us. Like, he's willing to admit what some people would consider embarrassing things.
I felt like he tried his best. I feel like he tried his best to comply and cover for his friends.
I agree.
I do feel like he really tried his best.
Exactly. He didn't totally, because he said some things that did not help him.
Yep.
So I mean, the state can't say that he just completely went off the rails and didn't do anything that they told him, because he did.
I agree. Yeah, I'm about to get off here because I gotta call my daughter before she get ready to go out. My daughter, y'all know my baby's in college, and I haven't talked to her all day. I'm waiting for it. 7. I would love to kick it with. Okay, Erica. Okay, Erica. You see what happens when you kick it with them. I just want to let you know that. Yeah, yeah, but she removed it. Shan, I thought it looked familiar too. It looked just like Miss Love's PowerPoint when she posted those pictures, just like Miss Love's PowerPoint. But yes, y'all, we've been on here. We have gone maybe about 4.5 hours, honestly. Thank y'all for like logging in, staying with me all this time. Y'all know y'all can message me on TikTok. Y'all want to do live tomorrow? Just let me know. We'll find a topic, dive in. But thank y'all so much. Happy Friday. Thank you for anyone who has everybody that's contributed to my 25K. And everybody else, I'm gonna say this every time I talk to y'all. If you are doing content, get on it. Stay consistent. Don't let anything discourage you from putting your content out there. Look for your people, and your tribe will find you, just like y'all find me, and y'all found me, and I found y'all. So good night to everybody. Okay, 7, I'm gonna look for it. Good night to everybody, and I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna see how caught up I am on my homework. I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. But thank you guys. Everybody have a good night. Have sweet dreams and all of that good stuff. 7, I'm about to check my Instagram. I'll see y'all later. Thank you so much, Attorney Yates, Ariel. Of course, it was a pleasure. Thank you guys for coming on today too.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all have a good night.
All right. Bye-bye. See y'all later.